Yes.
No administration from our point of view. I don't know if anybody else has got anything to raise.
Can I just raise one matter from the transcript yesterday?
Yes.
It's at page 451. The passage where I was asking Mr. Nadan some questions, and at about line 32, I asked him about the cash expense cover ratio. And then he answers from line 35. And then at line 37, he says, according to the transcript, and I guess again, it's flawed a little bit to the extent that it excludes section 711 money. And then the transcript records me saying excludes restricted funds. My reference, then you'll see the witness goes on to say, so if you're talking current assets and current liabilities, looking at total cash, you can't touch that. And then I asked, do you have a sense of what the cover would be if one ignored the restriction? So my recollection is that excludes in line 37 and line 40 should be includes. I don't need anyone to answer now, but if that could be checked. Yes. And the correction made, unless anyone disagrees. Other than that, is there anything else we need to do?
I don't think so. I called John Ajaka.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Ajaka. Do you take an oath or an affirmation?
Oath, Commissioner.
All right, someone will help you with that.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence that you give be the truth, the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. Yes.
Full name?
John George Ajaka.
Your current occupation?
I'm a non-executive director on a number of companies.
Mr. Ajaka, when did you first become involved with Liverpool City Council?
Yes.
No, when?
Oh, sorry. I commenced employment about mid-December 2022, went on holidays and then came back about mid-January 2023.
And the commencement of your employment there, that was in the role of the General Manager or CEO?
CEO.
Now, that your appointment to that role, that came about as a result of the role being advertised and you submitting an application.
Correct.
The application or recruitment process, was there a recruitment agency assisting in the process, which was known as Blackadder Associates?
Correct.
And during the time of your application and interviews and other, Stephen Blackadder?
Yes.
Now, the application that you made was in writing. Could we please bring up document LCC.002.004.0062?
Just in the room at the moment?
This is Mr. Ajaka's application for the position of Chief Executive Officer, I did wish to put it on the live stream.
There may be some redacted information in this document or to be redacted.
Well, there are redaction. Oh,
Let's-
excuse me.
It's there. Okay.
Perhaps just let's bring
I'm just going to double check that. If you could do it in the room, for example, there should be redactions on the first page. Yes. Excellent.
Does that deal with your concern, Mr. Parrish?
Yes.
All right.
Now, that's the first page of the application.
Yes.
I wanted to take you through to page 1. It sets out your tertiary qualifications, which are a diploma in law through the Solicitors Admission Board.
Correct.
And if we go to the next page, I wanted to take you to the top to your employment summary,
Yes.
which is depicted on the screen at the moment,
Yes.
which involved working as a solicitor
Yes.
and also for a period of about 13 or 14 years being a member of the Legislative Council in the Parliament of New South Wales.
Yes.
Which party did you represent?
Liberal Party.
And your role within the Legislative Council, were you ever assigned a particular role within that house?
Yes. So initially I was a parliamentary secretary in opposition. Then I was parliamentary secretary in government. I chaired a number of committees when I was in opposition. I then became the minister in 2013 for about 4 years. I became deputy leader of the government with a few extra portfolios, and then ultimately in, I believe, 2017, I became the president of the Legislative Council.
What ministerial portfolios did you
So
have?
I had 5. I had Minister for Ageing, Minister for Disability, Minister for Youth, Minister for Volunteering, and Minister for Multiculturalism.
Thank you.
Still looking at your employment summary, you left Parliament in 2021, and then as indicated, did you become involved in corporate governance in a number of companies or institutions?
Yeah, as a non-executive director to some private companies and as chairman of the Sydney Local Health District Board.
Now, during your work history, did you have any role or any involvement with any other council?
So I was, before I entered Parliament, I was a councillor for Rockdale City Council between 2007. So there was a 6-month period where I was a councillor and a member of the Legislative Council.
The recruitment process, which led to your appointment, in addition to submitting your written application, at any time were you interviewed by a panel from the council?
Yes, on a number of occasions. So there was a first interview, which I believe was around 5 councillors. Then there was a second interview. And then finally there was the appearing before the entire council, which I took as a third interview process because I was asked questions and told to make a statement.
The first interview you mentioned, excuse me, recollection is that there were 5 councillors present.
My
I'm sorry, Mr. Ajaka, could I just trouble you to keep your voice up?
Certainly, my recollection.
It's a beautiful room, but the sound doesn't carry
Understand,
that well.
Commissioner.
Thank you.
There were 5 councillors.
That's my recollection.
You were
Ned Manoon, Councillor Green. There was Councillor Caress. They're the 3 that I clearly remember. Oh, yes, there was Councillor Fiona McNaught, and there may have been one more councillor. I just can't remember now.
Was Stephen Blackadder in attendance at the interview?
Yes, and at times he asked questions.
The second interview was the panel, again, a subset of the councillors,
Yes, and I believe Peter Hull.
included in the first interview panel.
Yes,
The second interview panel was at the same
same
councillors,
councillors.
and again with Mr. Blackadder there.
Yes,
And then the third interview, which was really like a presentation to the whole council.
correct. That was the time I was told that the council would see the 3 of us. I had no idea who the other 2 were, and that council would then vote on which of the 3 of us would be the new CEO.
Can you just pause for a moment, Ms. McDonald? Mr. Operator. Yes.
The third interview stroke presentation, did that occur on the 6th of December 2022?
On or about, it was, I know it was at least maybe 1-2 days before I actually started. I think it was on one day, I signed the agreement the next day and then started, in a sense, the following day.
Would you bring up the minutes of an extraordinary council meeting on that day, minutes being INQ.001.001.0995? And would you, just a minute. Sorry, would you just go back to page 3? Oh, sorry.
It's not-
It's
Miss-
not been-
You're ahead of us, Ms. McDonald.
Yes, sorry, I'm getting.
Can this be like?
Yes, please. So you can see it's the minutes of the extraordinary meeting held on the 6th of December. Would you go through to page _0002? If you can go to the section on that page, declarations of interest. Now, I don't know if you've seen this before,
No?
but I want to ask you some questions about the declarations of interest.
Right.
You'll see that a councillor Hadid declared a non-pecuniary less than significant interest in the following items, selection of the CEO, and he says he knew 2 of the applicants through his involvement in local government, and to his knowledge they are members of the Liberal Party. Did you know Councillor Hadid beforehand?
Yes, again, I'd met him at Liberal Party functions or meetings.
And then the Mayor declares again a non-pecuniary less than significant interest in that item. His reason is that all applicants are known to the Mayor through his involvement in local government since 2008. Did you know the Mayor through your membership of the Liberal Party?
Yes,
How long had you known Mr. Manu? sorry,
Yep.
as at December 2022, how long had you known Mr. Manoon?
I believe I would have first become aware of him and other Liberal councillors when I was elected as a councillor at Rockdale Council. I definitely became aware of them when I got elected to Parliament.
Your membership of the Liberal Party of Australia New South Wales branch, you got to know the mayor through that?
Yes, a lot of councillors.
All right. And up until December 2022, how would you describe your association with the mayor?
At that time, I considered we were friends.
Was it a close association?
I mean, I never went to his home, he never went to my home type association, but yes, I consider we were friends. We met at many functions in particular.
Your decision to apply for the CEO position, before making the decision and submitting the application, did you have any discussions with Mr. Manoon about that application?
I recall receiving a phone call from Ned Manoon telling me that they were looking to hire a new CEO and suggesting to me I should apply.
Roughly, when did that occur?
The application was already up, or the ad was already up. It would have been about probably at most 2 weeks, if not a week, before I put the application in. I did indicate to Mr. Manoon that I wasn't interested. I said no.
After that communication where you said that you weren't interested, before you actually put in your application, were you contacted again by Ned Manoon?
Yes, he rang me a second time and again stressed that he really wanted me to apply. He had huge issues at Liverpool and felt that I would be the person who could fix those issues.
In that conversation, did he identify to you what these issues were?
Yeah, there were some serious problems with the staff unions, quite a few matters being reported to the Office of Local Government and various other matters. Also, I believe he indicated, from memory, it was the first time he indicated that they were building a new building and he was really concerned about that. I said no.
Oh, that was
Sorry,
going to be my next
I
question.
again declined and said no. I was happy with what I was doing and I just wanted to.
Was that second approach about 2 weeks before you actually submitted your application?
About two. It could have even been a week because I know I had to get into the application very quickly.
Before you submitted your application, was there any other contact from Mr. Manoon?
I received a phone call from Stephen Blackadder who told me that the mayor had suggested he give me a call. He was the recruiter. I'd known Stephen from the days of Rockdale Council. He indicated to me that he thought I would be perfect for the position and that I really should consider applying for it. I'd be able to make a big difference. And at the end of the day, by the time I finished the phone call, I agreed to put in the application.
Your knowledge of Mr. Blackadder, you said that arose from when you were a councillor on Rockdale Council?
Yes, so prior to my being on Rockdale Council, Blackadder was the general manager at Rockdale Council and I had my legal office at Rockdale, so I'd come across him. He had an amazing reputation and when he left Rockdale Council, he was seen as the father of GMs. He would, write books, he would get involved in a very big way. He was seen as the #1 general manager of his time.
So after speaking with Mr. Blackadder, you then change your mind?
I spoke to my wife and changed my mind.
That might be the most important of those conversations.
Yes.
It was.
And I won't ask you details of that conversation. Yes. But you put in the application, and as you've given evidence, you have the 2 interviews and then the final presentation
Yes.
at the, I think it's the council, extraordinary council meeting on the 6th of December. While you give your presentation, is it your understanding that the council then moves into some kind of closed session?
So I was put in a waiting area, was called in, it was dealt with. I was then told to leave. So I literally left, hopped in my car and started driving home.
And you didn't see the other applicants who were
I
presenting?
had no idea who they were until a few
Subsequently.
weeks after I started.
And after you left and went home, did you receive any phone call?
I actually received a phone call while I was still in the car driving home.
From whom?
Stephen Blackadder from memory.
And what did Mr. Blackadder tell you?
Congratulations, the council voted unanimously to appoint you.
When he said unanimous, did he mention whether all the councillors were actually present at that time?
No, I took it to mean that everyone voted for me.
They were the words he used, unanimously voted in favour.
Yes.
Now, subsequent to that conversation, did you receive a letter of offer of employment from the mayor?
From recollection, Blackadder mentioned to me that I should come in the next day and it would be necessary to sign the contracts.
And was the contract for 5 years?
Correct.
Without taking you to the contract, we have a summary of its terms. Could document LCC-002-007-009 be brought up, and if you could just pause before live streaming it. No problems? All right, that can be live streamed, please. Now, the contract period has got TBA against that, but it's effective from the 12th of December, and you can see set out the annual total remuneration package being $550,000.
Correct.
Under the components, it sets out the cash component, superannuation, and some kind of vehicle allowance.
Yes.
Vehicle.
Yes.
And that's your recollection of the remuneration package that you accepted in your role as CEO.
Correct.
In addition, I think you've agreed it was for a period of 5 years.
Correct.
And I wasn't going to bring up the contract. I can if you want to, but was your understanding it was based on the model contract for general managers, which is produced by the Office of Local Government?
That's what I was informed.
And within that contract, There are provisions for termination for misconduct or cause or aspects like that.
And if for no cause.
That was going to be my next question. And in addition, a provision that the contract can be terminated without cause, but then there is a subsequent payment for terminating the contract in those circumstances.
Correct.
And that payment was based on, was it 38?
38 weeks.
38 weeks. Now, I won't go into this in detail, but in 2023, was there correspondence received from the Office of Local Government concerning a complaint about your appointment?
Yes.
As part of that inquiry or investigation by the Office of Local Government, is it your understanding that documents and other information was provided to the Office of Local Government?
Correct.
And ultimately, the Office of Local Government was satisfied with what was provided to them and it went no further?
Correct.
Now, I think you gave evidence that though your contract started on the 12th of December,
Yes.
you really started work in earnest, if I can describe it in that way, in January.
Yes, I spent a week in December just simply in the office, getting my feet under the desk, of course, and reading a lot of documents that were left on my desk.
Now, was one of the first matters that you started looking at was a restructure of the council?
I thought about it at that time, but it was when I came back in January that I started to seriously look at it. During that week in December, I was just trying to understand what the then structure was, but could not make sense of it. And then when I came back, revisited it and then started making inquiries about it.
When you say you couldn't make sense of it, why was that?
I used the expression previously during the meeting, so it looked like someone had taken a deck of cards, thrown it in the air, and where it landed was the structure. You had people reporting to 2 or 3 people. You had people reporting to me, then reporting to a director. It was a very unworkable inquiries. The first inquiries I made were with the USU union delegates, who also indicated to me they didn't quite understand it and didn't believe it had been implemented. It was still a work in progress that everyone was confused about.
Thank you.
Would document INQ.001.001.1264 be brought up? It can be live streamed. Mr. Ajaka, that is an organisational structure and we've been provided with a date as at August 2022. Looking at that structure, is that the structure that you inherited when you started in December?
So that's not what I was shown in December. What I was shown in December was more circular. It was basically circular diagrams crossing, arrows going into circular diagrams. And that's where I got the concept of the deck of cards. This, I believe, came later when we were re-looking at it, where I started to ask them to try and make sense of what the structure was meant to be. But definitely not the
I don't think we have a circular.
No, perhaps, well, that might be addressed in the matter that I raised with Mr. Emmett yesterday.
At that point,
Sorry, just before you move on, Miss, I'm sorry, so sorry to interrupt. So although you didn't see this in December, once you came to start to get your head around what the structure was, is this what it looked like?
I was shown this, and where literally every major important department was somehow or other reporting directly to me only and not to the directors, which again made no sense to me.
All right, but was what you came to understand of the structure after you came back in the January period, was it this or was it something different to what's on the screen now?
No, it was basically this at the end when I said and started to make inquiries about this with the various groups.
Thanks.
and your concern with that structure is that even though it's got the office of the CEO and then a number of, or 6 directorships, is your concern that if you move up to the rectangle with office of the CEO, the number of other subgroups that are reporting directly to the CEO?
Yes. And my view was that the vast majority, if not all of them at the time, really should be reporting to their directors. It's why the directors were there. One of the things that I noticed when I first looked at this document is that you had one director, corporate service, who simply had one small section under him. Again, it made no sense.
So in 2023, you embarked on a restructuring procedure which would eventually lead to a restructure of the operation of the actual council.
Correct.
How long did that restructure take you?
From memory, 6 to 7 months.
And just put broadly, who was consulted?
So initially, I started with the union delegates, the senior staff, the directors. The directors and I, on at least 3 or 4 occasions in the beginning, would whiteboard what we thought the structure should look like. We then went out and I had the directors talk to some of their staff. I spoke to the councillors in either an information session or a governance meeting. I also raised it with Aric, and then it just started to move from there in various entities, if I can use that, or formations, where it just moved and moved until it finally got to. It needed to be passed twice by council in formal meetings, a stage 1 and a stage 2. And stage 1 was passed, and then sometime later, stage 2, the final structure, was passed.
What was the difference?
Stage 1 was more the macro, the CEO and the directors and the departments. Stage 2 was more who would be underneath them, because we still had to do quite a bit of work by transferring certain sections to certain directors.
Would you bring up document LCC.001.002.0011, and it can be live streamed?
Bear with us, Mr. Ajaka.
And I understand.
The machines are on the go slow this morning.
No, but I've got to say, it's really good having it like this.
If at any time you need something blown up or made smaller to see more of it, you just let us know, okay?
Thank you.
This, as you can see from the right-hand top corner, is Liverpool City Council high-level organisation structure, October 2023. It's got the Chief Executive Officer and then 6 directorships underneath that. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
And then underneath each directorship, a number of...
Sections.
Sorry?
A number of I called them sections.
Sections, departments or something like that.
Sections of a department. All collectively, each one was a department under a director, and then there were the sections within the department.
And the Chief Executive Officer is obviously reporting to the Mayor and councillors.
Yes.
And from what we saw from that previous organisational structure, the various other sections that were reporting directly to the CEO have been removed.
Had been put under a director.
Sorry, removed from directly reporting to you.
Yes,
And then, as you said, included within the directorships.
correct.
Now, looking at this diagram, is this it obviously incorporates...
Sorry, it's a little bit blurry on my screen. Oh, that's much better. Thank you.
With the nomination of the directors, it incorporates stage 1 of your restructure.
Yes, I can't remember the date that occurred. And then stage 2, I think, was maybe a month or 2 later.
Looking at the various section boxes and how they're arranged under particular directors, looking at that structure, does that appear to have incorporated stage 2 of your restructure?
I believe so, yes.
So this is both stage 1 and stage 2.
I believe so.
When you started work at the council, can you recall how many directors there were?
There were 5. There was no City Futures.
Now, City Futures is the first directorship along the left-hand side.
Yes.
Was it identified as part of your review for the first structure?
Yes, so when we were whiteboarding and we were looking and talking, it became clear that we needed a City Futures Directorate to look at, matters going forward, whether it was 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. So we started to work on the basis of having that. During some meetings with the councillors, it was suggested that we do not proceed with City Futures. So we ended up proceeding with the 5 before we finalised. And then a short time later, I received a phone call from the Mayor saying that he'd met with the Mayor of Sydney City Council, and they spoke about their City Futures Directorate, and he suddenly thought it was a great idea and I should do it. And so we then started working at bringing it in, and it was the last one that came in before it was finalised by council.
When you took up your appointment, you said there were 5
Correct.
directors. At that point, were they all, the actual people occupying those directorships, were they all in their permanent position?
From memory, I believe 2 were, possibly 3. No, 3 were, 2 were acting.
Who were the 2 who were acting?
I can't recall now.
When this final structure was approved, did you embark on withdraw that. The 3 directors who were in a permanent role when you commenced, did they continue in their directors?
No. 3 of the 5 directors, I think one was acting, they left within a short period of time by agreement, and 2 remained, and then one of them weeks later also left by way of agreement. So I ended up with the situation of 1 permanent director, and I had to appoint 4 acting directors immediately.
Your description of, I think, 3 left by agreement, when you say by agreement, that suggests that their contracts were not terminated for cause?
Correct.
Was it a matter of by agreement that for them to leave their position while their contract was still in force, they received some form of payment?
Correct. But it wasn't a redundancy, and it wasn't a cause. It was a negotiated agreement.
Is it fair to describe that as some form of ex gratia payment that was made to them?
Yes.
So the 3 out of the 5 left by agreement, then subsequent to that, another one of the directors left by agreement,
Correct.
and that would have involved another ex gratia payment.
Correct.
With 1 remaining, do you recall who the remaining one was?
Yes, it was Tina Bono, who was the acting CEO when I first started.
You said there were 4, then there were 4 acting.
Sorry, there were 3 that were permanent and 2 were acting, but I can't recall which positions. But Tina Bono was one of the permanent.
And who was the other one?
I can't remember now.
So 2 permanent, 3 acting. The 3 who were acting, you appointed them,
They were all there before my time.
but, sorry, I don't think I'm being clear.
Sorry.
Yeah. You said that when you commenced, a number of the directors left by agreement.
Yes, 4.
And when one of those directors left by agreement,
I appointed the acting.
you appointed the acting. And you recall who you appointed in the acting?
Yes, Jason Breton went straight into operations. Farooq Portelli went straight into corporate. And the Lena Kikish went into planning. They were all, Lena Kikish, Farooq were existing employees, and customer and business, it was one of the existing employees that was in customer service. She took the role of acting. I can't remember her name now.
Right. Mr. Portelli, at the time he was appointed in the acting role, he was providing consultancy services to the council.
Correct.
So from a 6-week contract, he was then appointed to the acting role.
Correct.
Mr. Breton, he hadn't worked for the council beforehand.
No.
How did you gain knowledge of him?
So shortly after, I think it was the next day that I was advised that I was successful, I received a phone call on my mobile, and he introduced himself to me, indicating that he was one of the 3 applicants. At that stage, I wasn't aware of him or that he was an applicant. He congratulated me and said if he could have an opportunity to have a coffee with me, because he would like to see if there was any possibility of work within Liverpool City Council.
Did you take him up on the coffee offer?
Absolutely. I had before I met with him, I was actually given all of the CVs and the Hogan assessments and all other documentation in relation to all of the 7 applicants. and he was one of those. So when I read about him and his CV, absolutely, I met with him.
You said there's 7 applicants.
I can't remember. I think there might have been 20 or more initially. Then there were 7 of us that went in for one of the first or second interviews, and then ultimately there were 3 of us that went in for that final interview with the councillors.
Around this time, were you contacted by Shane Mallard?
I don't recall being contacted him at that time, no.
Did you know Mr. Mallard before?
Yes, I'd worked with Mr. Mallard in Parliament, and Mr. Mallard was one of the deputy presidents that I appointed.
So for a period of time, you've got 2 employees as directors in their permanent role, and you've...
Sorry, only 1. When all 4 left, I only had 1, because we only had 5 directorships.
Sorry.
We didn't have number 6, City Futures.
Yes, so 1 in its, the employee in their permanent role.
So Tina Bono was permanent in community and lifestyles.
Yep.
Jason Breton was appointed acting in operations. Lena Kikish was appointed in acting, planning and compliance. Farooq Portelli was appointed acting in corporate support, and I just can't recall her name. She was appointed in customer experience. Acting.
Now, at some time in 2023, Mr. Mallard is appointed in some temporary position at the council?
Yes, as a senior policy advisor to the mayor. The budget allowed for 2 policy advisors to the mayor, a senior and a junior, prior to my time. They were existing positions.
So those positions, you said they're advisors to the mayor. Do they report directly to the mayor?
They work for me, but they work with the mayor. In a sense, I make them available to the mayor. The same with his EA and deputy EA. They both work for me, but in a sense, I make them available. And then in the restructure, they all went under one of the directors. They no longer reported to me.
All right, so before the restructure was finalised, the positions of executive assistant and assistant executive assistant or deputy executive assistant.
That's how the budget showed it.
If we're looking at just a reporting structure, they're reporting directly to you.
In the older structure?
Yes, but you make them available to the mayor and they're really working with and for the mayor.
Correct.
That same kind of the formal reporting and then the way it worked in operation, when you came on board, the 2 senior and then junior advisor roles to the mayor also adopted that formal reporting but informal operation.
Correct.
A total of 4 staff
He
made
had a
available
total-
to the mayor?
He had a total of 4 staff, but then he wanted more.
Pause for a moment. You said that it was approved in the budget?
Yeah, so there were line items in the budget when I started. I was informed of this, that there were already line items in the budget. Their salaries, their wages were already an item in the budget, and he was entitled to it. It was something that council had passed previously.
Was there ever any policy that you're aware of about staff of that kind being made available to whomever the mayor might be of the day?
Again, my understanding is that it was something that council had approved and they were budgeted items.
But approved through the budget as opposed to some standing policy?
I can't recall if there was standing policy. It would have been more for human resources to deal with that.
Thank you.
Did you realise that the previous mayor, Wendy Waller, didn't have at least the advisor positions?
I was told that.
So to your knowledge, the creation of the two policy advisor roles, that was implemented when Mr Manoon became mayor again?
Yeah, I was informed that they existed the first time he was mayor. I was later informed that they ceased to exist when Mayor Wendy Waller, and then as soon as Ned Manoon became mayor again, they were again approved by council.
You said that when the overall restructure had been finalised,
Yes,
instead of them reporting to you, they are now incorporated into the directorships or directorates?
yes. From memory, I believe Tina Bono, Community and Lifestyles.
And was it your understanding that the two executive assistants to the mayor then reported directly to Ms Bono?
Again, I believe it's Miss Bono. It could be another director, but my recollection is Miss Bono.
And is it your recollection that the two policy advisors also at that point reported directly to Ms Bono?
Correct.
When you commenced as the CEO, you were still in the Moore Street premises?
Correct.
Physically, there is the mayor has an office.
Correct.
The two executive assistants, do they sit nearby the mayor?
I believe one sat nearby and one sat in a breakout type office with other employees.
Or like an open plan?
No. Moore Street had no open plan. It was an old building that was well and truly divided into offices and hallways.
Physically, the two policy advisors,
Yes.
where were they situated when you arrived at the Moore Street?
They were in an adjoining breakout office next to the mayor.
What do you
next to
mean
me.
by breakout?
I guess what it is you've got the mayor's office, you had my office, and then you had this almost tiny little cubicle type office, but it was separate, its own entrance, its own doorway.
But in the same area as your office and the mayor's office?
Yep, same area. We're all on the same floor. We had about 4 or 5 floors in Moore Street.
So in close proximity to where the mayor's office
Oh,
was?
yes.
I think we're at the stage where you've got 4 acting directors and somewhere along the lines before this is finalised, you get the green light to create a director of City Futures.
Correct.
Was there somebody acting in that role?
Yes, it was Julie Scott. We put her in acting.
And then did you undertake a number of recruitments?
Yes, but that first stage with all 6 and the acting, 5 acting and 1 permanent, that was what was passed to stage 1 by council. And then we started to recruit.
And as soon as stage 1 was approved, you started recruiting?
So we started recruiting for all 4 first. And from memory, we actually recruited the 4. And then when City Futures came in, City Futures came back in stage 2 from memory now. We then started recruiting for City Futures. So City Futures was recruited on its own.
And the 4 recruitments for the 4 permanent directors.
Yes,
You undertook that.
correct.
Did you engage a recruitment agency to assist you?
Yes, I got procurement to undertake it, and Stephen Blackadder was then appointed as the recruiter. He had very good knowledge of course, Liverpool Council at this stage, having recruited the CEO.
So Mr. Blackadder was involved in, and I'll, excuse me, I'll include City Futures with the recruitment process for all 5 of those
Yes.
directors.
Yes,
You sat on the panel for all of them,
correct.
and did Mr. Blackadder sit on the panel?
The panel comprised 3, myself, Stephen Blackadder, and then there was, on a number of them, the CEO of Campbelltown City Council, and on one of them, the CEO of Hawkesbury City Council. Maybe 1 or 2 Hawkesbury.
And that eventually led to all 6 directorates being headed by a permanent director.
Correct. Yes. Commissioner, can I go back? I indicated that City Futures came in at the 2nd stage. That was incorrect. It actually came in a governance meeting between stage 1 and stage 2. But by the time it went to stage 2, all 6 directors were there, all 6 names were there, and council voted on all 6 directorates and all 6 names.
So,
I'm sorry.
no.
All 6 names, did you say?
So when we put it through to council
Yeah.
to vote on the, I think it actually not only showed the director's title plan, but it had the name of the director in there so that they actually knew who the director was.
Of City Futures,
Of the final stage 2 approval through council.
including City Futures.
Including City Futures. That's why it was dealt with in governance first. But then by the time it got to stage 2, I just recalled, we'd already had the name there.
So stage 1 gets approved. There's further development at a governance committee meeting. City Futures gets the tick, and then it's finally approved at another meeting. But by that stage, the director position has been recruited.
And filled, yes.
Now, at that point of time, was it your understanding that under the Local Government Act, there were provisions which dealt with the issue of the restructure of the council?
Correct.
Was it, again, your understanding that it was generally something that the CEO or general manager had to turn their mind to after an election of the council?
Yes, from memory, it had to occur at the very latest before the expiration of 12 months of an election.
And at that point, because I think we've heard some evidence that the legislation's recently changed, but it was your role to investigate the restructure and put forward a proposed restructure?
Correct.
And then did it have to be approved by the council?
That was my understanding, and that's why we did it in 2 stages. There was no point proceeding to stage 2 and doing all the work if council wasn't going to approve stage 1. For example, if they said we don't want 6 directorates, we only want 5, there was no point going any further.
And again, your understanding at that point of time, if after proceeding with that restructure and before you arrived at the every 4 years election of the new council, if any period during that time you were looking at a restructure, was it supposed to be the same process that you would investigate it, formulate what a proposed change to the restructure, but then it would have to formally go to council
Yes.
for council to approve or reject?
Yes, but my restructure wasn't occurring as a result of an election. That had already occurred, but it wasn't working. It hadn't been fully implemented. So when I came in to do what was becoming my restructure, I had to go through all the same formal processes.
Mr. Ajaka, I want to move to another very broad topic to begin with. Excuse
Get
me,
you some more water.
water?
That
Madam
would be
Associate,
lovely.
can we get some more water for Mr. Ajak?
We can immediately help here.
Excellent. That's the assisting part
Thank
of
you
the
very
title.
much.
I'll put a broad full-time towards the beginning of January
Yeah,
2023.
mid-January, yep.
You continue in your role as the CEO, General Manager for the whole of 2023,
Yes, to 30 June, yep,
and then you continue.
for the next financial year.
And then when we turn to 2024,
Yes,
there are some events in April,
yes,
spoiler alert, which leads to you leaving your employment at the council.
yes.
All right. I want to go back to 2023.
Yes,
During that period, your working relationship with the mayor, Mr. Manoon, can you describe it? So I'm just concentrating on 2023 to
as
begin
a whole
with.
year.
Yes.
So in the beginning, I believe it was a good working relationship. We would do a number of matters together. We would discuss a number of matters together. Towards the latter part of 2023, probably from about September onwards, the relationship started to deteriorate.
In the first 9 months of your working relationship, were there any particular matters or ways in which the mayor operated that raised concern?
Yes.
And what were they?
So, he'd make comments like, don't forget you work for me. And I'd make comments, I don't work for you, I work for the council. And he'd say, no, you work for me, you have to follow my instructions. And I would say, no, you need to move a motion to council. It needs to be approved by council majority. And then I, as CEO, will follow that directive. I reminded him that those motions usually said, council directs the CEO to do X, then I'm bound to do that. He'd then laugh it off and walk away. But he did it at least a dozen times during that early period.
Can I just pause there? You're saying there were about a dozen times where you had this
Continual
interchange along the lines of Mr. Manoon saying, remember you work for me, and you saying, no, I actually work for the council.
Yeah. On one occasion, on a couple of occasions, don't forget I put you in this position, to which again I would reply, no, you didn't. It was a unanimous decision of council that put me in this position.
The interchange that you've identified, which occurred roughly, your recollection, a dozen times, was it
No,
difference in opinion?
he'd tend to laugh it off and walk away as if he was joking, but I wasn't taking it as a joke. On one occasion, he sent me an SMS from recollection, and the SMS quoted a section of the Local Government Act that basically said, I should listen to the mayor, something of that nature. When I looked at the Local Government Act, he quoted subsection 1, but he omitted to quote subsections 2, 3, 4, 5 that really made it very clear that I answered to council, not to the mayor. And so when I went back with that reply, there was no more response from him.
Concentrating on 2023 again, the difference of opinion that you've outlined, did it ever crystallise in a particular issue or matter that arose where in a sense there was, you work for me, you do what I say, and you are maintaining your position that no, I'm answerable or I worked for the council?
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest, I'll use the word discussions, but at times it would turn into arguments, is that he would actually name certain employees that he considered should be terminated. And I would say, no, that's not going to happen. It's not how we work. I mean, there were probity issues, there were proper governance issues. If you've got a formal complaint, you put in a complaint, we'll investigate it. And you go, no, I just want you to get rid of them. The one that he repeated on numerous occasions was the one who years earlier, before I started, had used the comment, put pork on the fork. He just would not let go of that. So that was one example. Other times he would say to me, the employees cutting the grass are useless, we should get rid of them all, and we should just simply replace them with contractors. We should just... Another time it would be, these bathrooms are disgusting. He'd send me photos of them. The employees are useless. You should replace them with a contractor. And I go and check it out. And interestingly, it was a contractor that was cleaning the bathroom and not our employees. So as soon as I'd come back with an appropriate answer, he'd just leave it alone. There'd never be a comeback. So there were the type of examples that he was using.
So from those examples, it appears that the mayor would raise an issue and, as you said, demanding termination of employees. You would respond with, no, we're not doing that. And then, in a sense, the issue would die down.
Correct.
The particular employee with the pork on the fork, that was a placard or something like that?
So the whole pork on the fork started first with the then councillor Peter Ristevski, I believe, doing it at a council meeting, and then some of the employees picked up at operations with it. When I had arrived, it was still a very sensitive issue and it was still happening, and it was one of the matters that I was able to resolve working with the USU and the employee delegates to put an end to it, and it actually stopped to the credit of the employees.
Was it your understanding that an employee involved in that, his employment was terminated, but then there was an application to Fair Work Commission or Industrial Relations Commission about that?
I'm aware that the comment was again made. I hadn't heard it. I was in the chamber on the time that I was, the motion was passed to suspend me.
That's in April 2024.
In April 2024. And I understand then that had been, that started all over again. I'm not sure what the final outcome was.
But you had left your role as CEO by the time that that arose again?
Yes. And the other reason I'm aware of it is that it was put in the letters of my termination and I was told about it. I was somehow blamed for it when I had nothing to do with it.
I was asking you about issues where the difference in opinion as to your role crystallised in 2023, and you've given examples of raising termination of employment of different employees. Moving away from employees, did it arise in any other circumstance or matter?
Yeah, the communications team became a very hot discussion. it became clear to me that I was receiving complaints from some of the Labor and independent councillors that whenever photographs were taken at events, and they were all in the photographs, the Labor councillors or the independents were being cut out, and only the Mayor and the Liberal councillors would appear in the photo. So when I brought in the communications team to say, why was this happening? They were the instructions of the Mayor. I made it clear to them they follow my instructions, not the instructions of the Mayor, and that was to stop. The Mayor and I had some arguments over that. He then started to indicate that he wanted at least 2 of the communications team to be working directly with him in addition to the other 4 employees he had. Again, I told him that's not happening. It's not in the budget. The communications team is there for the entire council, for all councillors. It's not just there for you.
After that conversation with the Mayor, did you observe a change in the behaviour of those members of the communication team?
Yes.
And while you were CEO, there was no formal inclusion of any members of the communication team in that group of employees really in operation reporting to the Mayor?
Correct.
Having received those complaints, did you say from other councillors?
Yes.
Were they made directly to you?
Yes, I received a phone call from a councillor. They'd come into my office saying, you promised us you'd play with the straight bat. Why is this happening? And I said, I wasn't aware of it until you told me, and I'll put a stop to it. And I did.
And once you became aware of the complaints, did you look into them?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
So I would bring well, first of all, I had the photos in front of me.
I see.
And secondly, I was on a number of occasions, I was there and I knew what photo was taken. And you could almost tell who was cut out at the ends.
So you saw the photos yourself?
And then on one occasion, I went to one of the communications team and noticed that she was only taking photographs of the Mayor and the Liberal councillors. And when I said to her, you haven't taken any photographs of the Labor councillors and the independents here, that's when she told me, the Mayor told me just to take them of the Liberal councillors. And I said, that's just not happening.
This was in 2023?
Yes.
About doing the best you can. I know it's a couple of years ago now, but about what period are we talking?
I mean, it started a little bit in the beginning, and then I believe I put a stop to it, but then it really started again towards the latter part of 2023.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ajaka, I missed that. You said that it started up again, that behaviour, towards the end of 2023.
Yeah, probably from September onwards when things were starting to get,
as you indicated, a little bit more tense, the relationship
Yes.
between you and the Mayor.
yes.
Commissioner, I note the time.
Yes. Mr. Ajaka, we're going to take a short break. And if you wouldn't mind being back ready to go just before 10 to 12, I'd be most grateful.
Thank you.
I'll adjourn until 10 to 12.
Financial Officer, Mr. Nadan, which included, I think it was in 2022, he was on holidays and received on his mobile a call from the Mayor asking about possible financing of the purchase of a property. That direct contact between the Mayor and an employee, albeit the Chief Financial Officer, but not a director, did you observe that during your time as CEO?
I'm aware that there were contacts with staff that I've spoken to him about saying, and other councillors, that this really needed to stop. The appropriate method was to go either to myself or to the relevant director. And if you can do it as a councillor request, that was the best way of doing it.
And the councillor request would involve that email address of councillor support.
The thing with the councillor request, as opposed to simply going and talking to staff, is there'd been no record of it. There needed to be a record of it. And the staff knew that appropriate probity matters would be dealt with in that regard. And if it got to a stage where it needed to be escalated to me, the councillor request would escalate it to me if it couldn't be dealt with by a director.
You spoke about the introduction of a policy.
Yes.
Was that around July 2023?
It was about mid-year. I can't remember the exact date, but I can recognise it.
Would you bring up document OLG.001.001.0276, and that could be live streamed? Now, that's the first page of a policy, councillor access to information and interaction with staff policy.
Yes.
Could we move down the first page towards the bottom? You'll see adopted,
Yes.
I think it's the 26th of July 2023.
It would have been adopted at a council meeting.
And I can take you through the document, but is that your recollection of the policy that
Yes.
you just referred to?
Yes.
I'll take you through to paragraph 6, which begins at the bottom of page _0005. This is under the heading inappropriate interactions.
Can I just read it for a sec?
Yes.
Yes.
And that's setting out, as it's stated, based on the code of conduct, certain interactions that are inappropriate.
Yes.
And for example, B, well, it starts off with, and we'll turn to attachment A, the mayor and councillors approaching members of staff other than specifically identified in attachment A.
Yes.
And then in B, councillors approaching staff and other staff organisations to discuss individual or operational staff matters other than matters relating to broader workforce policy, grievances, workplace investigations and disciplinary matters.
Yes.
And if we could go down to, I think it's annexure A. This gives more detail about the possible interactions between councillors and council staff.
I think there were the previous versions. So the one that we brought in July 23 was the last one, but they were previous, it started in 2002, for example.
All right. Would you go to page _0008? And you can see
Yes.
their attachment A.
Correct.
And this was the table that I wanted to draw your attention to. The way that it's structured, identification of what the request is,
Yes.
from whom approval must be given,
Yes.
how it's to be requested, how it's to be provided, any restrictions, and then record keeping requirements.
Yes.
So, for example, with the first one, access to documents, approval would have to be gained from you.
Or the public officer.
Excuse me. And then the information is made in writing or verbally, but again, there's some kind of file note to be kept of this.
Yeah, the councillor support team, it was a whole team, I think from memory, to about 5 or 6 employees around off section, and they were required to keep complete records of this.
Then it's got how the information is to be provided, restrictions on the information, and then importantly, record keeping requirements.
Yes.
After the introduction of this policy in July 2023, did you observe whether the Mayor's tendency at times to approach members of staff directly changed and complied with the policy?
Nothing came to my attention in the month or two, but then again by September, matters were coming to my attention. Not only the mayor, but a number of councillors.
Were also not complying with the policy.
Yes, and I had to talk to them.
Which councillors were they?
Councillor Richard Amoon was probably the most that I was receiving complaints about, and Councillor Mel Goodman was the other one.
Still concentrating on this period from roughly January to September 2023, were there any other issues that were emerging in your working relationship with the Mayor that was either of concern or potential concern?
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning, when I would sit next to the Mayor in the council meeting, I mean, it was, as far as I was concerned, my job to assist the Mayor in how he conducted the meeting to ensure that it complied with the meeting code of practice. And the way I would do that would be to slip a little handwritten note to him if I thought that he was going outside the appropriate code of conduct. The best example is that the Mayor would bully one of the councillors, be very derogatory to one of the councillors during a council meeting, and I'd pass a note saying, I think you're going too far, you should stop. In the beginning, he just accepted that and he would move on. Towards the end, if I slipped the paper to him by September, October, he'd literally throw the paper back at me.
You identified that your note would be prompted by a derogatory comment towards a councillor. Could you give an example?
In the beginning, it was Councillor Hegarty. He would continually have a go at him. Then when Councillor Hegarty left, it was Councillor Kellyander. And then where the real problems arose is that when Councillor Green announced that she'd be the mayoral candidate at the next election, it was Councillor Green. She came to see me on a couple of occasions saying that, look, she's had enough, she's going to put in a formal complaint against him.
The election where Councillor Green stood for mayor, that was the election in September 24?
Yes.
The derogatory comments towards her, can you assist the inquiry in giving an example?
I mean, there were always very clever comments, very sarcastic comments, where it'd be basically, you know, you've been a councillor long enough, you should know the rules. You've been a councillor long enough, you know, that seems to be a very stupid comment. You've been around long enough, you know, it's not my job to be teaching you how to behave. But he would do it, you know, in a very screaming at times. If the councillors were to argue back with him, he would immediately stand up. And then he would remind them that if he's standing up, they had to sit down and be quiet. They weren't allowed to talk anymore. So he really would bully them in that way.
And the example that you just gave, standing up, is it part of the procedure at council if the mayor stands?
Yes.
A councillor speaking must stop speaking and either resume their seat or...
And correct. Very similar to state parliament.
Still in this period, January to about September 2023, I'm going to ask you some questions about an announcement that was made on about the 17th of March 2023. And this was an announcement by the mayor and accompanied by his wife, who was standing for election for a state seat within the Liverpool area.
It'd be the seat of Holsworthy.
Would you bring up document OLG.001.001.0048, please? This is a newspaper article from the Sydney Morning Herald. Oh, sorry. It's coming up.
Sorry.
Yes, please.
What's the date of this?
There doesn't appear to be a date. We think it was the 18th, the next day.
18th of, sorry.
Oh, sorry, March 2023.
18th of March.
And can you see there, it commences with a Liberal mayor who backed his wife's bid to become a party candidate in southwest Sydney has promised that his council and the coalition would jointly fund $50 million to sports facility, despite the commitment not being put to councillors. Now, there's a reference to, in the third paragraph in that column, to a package to upgrade fields and develop a new aquatic centre was announced by the duo at a sports club. And was it known as the proposal to fund, I think, the Hammondville pool?
Yeah, the Hammondville precinct pool.
And I think in the next column, there is a reference to the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Hadid, who says, while the council had resolved...
Sorry. Yes, got it.
He states that no specific plans or costs have been proposed. We haven't seen anything from council staff. He said, of course, they were still working on it. Can I just pause with the announcement on the 17th of March by Mr. Manoon and his wife? Did you know that was going to be announced?
No.
Had there been any discussion between you and the mayor leading up to that announcement about a proposal for a new pool at Hammondville?
Not with me, no.
We'll just also bring up document INQ.011.001.0005. And that's another, oh,
We need your screen.
yes.
Is this the same
Oh, it's
article in
just
a
to
different form?
confirm, on this copy of the article that we have, it clearly indicates that it was an article published on the 18th
Okay,
of March.
all right.
But if
Thank you.
there's no issue about that, we probably
The parties
don't
have the
need to.
document ID, and if there is some issue, no doubt that'll be raised with me. Could I just, Mr. Ajaka, I know the document's been taken away, but you were taken to a section of the article that I think it was Councillor Hadid had referred to a resolution of council to build a pool in Hammondville. Do you remember seeing that in the article?
I saw that in the article.
Just pause for a moment. Do you know what that was a reference to?
No, look, I can't recall a reference to a pool. I know that we were doing work on the Hammondville precinct at that time. If it included a pool, I can't.
All right. And just for my benefit, what's the Hammondville precinct?
So the Hammondville precinct is an area that, in a sense, surrounds the Sporties Club. It consists of a number of fields where various games, in particular for youth, are played. It consists of 2 or 3 very substantial ground floor car parks, and it consists of another number of fields.
Outdoor facilities?
Outdoor facilities.
Thank you.
Well, we go back to the article which was 001.001.0048. Sorry. The Commissioner asked you about some of Councillor Hadid's comments reported in the article, but I'll take you also to, in that second column, there is a reference to Councillor Rhodes
Yes, Councillor Caress Rose. Yes?
saying tired sport facilities at Hammondville had long been an issue, but there had been absolutely no figures discussed at council.
Yes.
And it's only a promise if the Liberal Party win the election.
Yeah. So for any matter of this nature to come to council for a proper council determination to be made, it has to tick a number of boxes, and one of those is to have fully costing financial as to where the funds, not only what will it cost, but where do the funds come from.
In substance, putting a business plan for the
All of that.
expenditure.
And all of the probity aspects of it.
Still on that article, at the bottom of the middle column, you can see a reference to Councillor Calianda saying that funding of that magnitude has never come before council.
And I'm not aware of it ever coming. As I said, there'd have to be, in a sense, a business case, if I can use that term, clearly showing where the funding comes from, what the funding will be, how is it going to be constructed. You can't make a decision on something like this on the run.
And then in the final column, there seems to be a reference that there was, as part of the many applications by the council for the West Invest grants.
Correct.
There was some application which involved a new pool in Hammondville, but that application for a grant was rejected.
That, from my recollection, yeah, that wasn't to build a pool, that was to improve an existing pool.
But again, that particular West Invest grant application wasn't successful.
Correct.
The council was successful, I think, with about 5 others, but
Yes.
not with that one.
A substantial 5 others. But even if the council had been successful on this one, you could not take the money from this, from Counts, to put it into Hammondville. It could only be used if it was successful for Counts Pool.
Now, as the article states, this seems to be an announcement which was also to assist the Mayor's wife, Tina Ayad, in her standing for election for a state seat.
Correct.
She was successful, but she was representing the Liberal Party that wasn't re-elected.
Correct.
And is it your understanding that this idea of some joint money coming from the council and also from a re-elected Liberal government in Macquarie Street did not come to fruition?
Correct. It would be very unlikely the Labor government would come in and provide the money.
And this, I just want to establish this context for some future issues I want to ask you about. There is this announcement of a new pool at Hammondville, which obviously the mayor has adopted and wishes to pursue.
Yes, but not adopted at a formal council meeting with the appropriate degree.
No, I'm sorry. I was talking purely the mayor standing alone at this particular launch, putting that forward. But
Yeah.
to your knowledge, never adopted, never raised, never adopted at a council meeting.
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, before I turn to September 2023, in the lead up to that date, is there anything else that you wish to raise about either your dealings with the mayor or anything about council?
Nothing that comes to mind. I mean, something may come to mind if something else comes up, but at this stage, I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
Towards the beginning of your evidence, you identified around September 2023 as a turning point in your work relationship with the mayor.
Yes.
What started to occur from September 2023?
He really became obsessed with a number of matters. The first one was the building of the swimming pool. He was continually going about the fact that if the pool was not built, his wife might end up losing the seat of Holsworthy. And I would continually say to him that you cannot be bringing this up. Council can't be here, you can't be here with the aim of ensuring that your wife wins the next state election. This is just a nonsense. It's got to stop. He also became, he started to panic a little bit about holding on to the mayorship at the next council election. He was really worried that matters would arise. And I'd be saying to him, you can't be using council resources to in somehow or other improve your standing. And this is again where the arguments with the communications team started to occur, that he wanted to make sure that Labor were cut out of any media. The other areas that were affecting him were in relation to the budget. He, was absolutely adamant that the budget had to be in the black. And, again, we'd say, yes, the budget will be, we're working on it. We're doing our best to get it in there. At the same time, he kept talking about certain projects that he was hoping to get up and running, which would add pressure on the budget. And the swimming pool was the perfect example. So it was matters of that nature that really started to show that it was putting some pressure on. But the really big problem started to occur when all of the social media was coming out from two gentlemen in particular, Peter Ostevsky, who is now a councillor on council, and a gentleman by the name of Michael Angelovic. They were continually out there in social media attacking the mayor, and he always wanted me to take some action on it, but there was really no action I could take. The issue with Michael Angelovic led to the mayor making a comment in a public meeting about Michael Angelovic, and Michael Angelovic sending a notice that he was going to commence defamation proceedings.
All right, we might turn to that in a minute.
Done.
Can I just revisit your comment about the issues about use of the communication team arose again.
Yes.
Was your observation that the conduct that had been complained of and that you observed earlier of things like photos only at the mayor at a council event, or cutting out other rivals, political rivals in photos of events, did that restart?
Yes, and the other thing that had occurred with the communications is we started to argue. He was insisting that I move the entire communications back to me as CEO, as opposed to being under a director. And when I asked him, that makes no sense, why would I do that? He said, if they're under you, they'll be available to me. All of them will be available to me. And I said, well, that's not going to happen then. They can't be available just to you. They've got to be available to council. And we argued quite a number of times on that. And I just said, look, I'm not doing that. We've been through a restructure. It's been ticked off by everyone. It's been approved by everyone. The employees, the unions, council, they've all ticked it off. I'm not going to start to take it apart again.
When you were CEO, were communications ever moved back to reporting to the CEO directly?
Not when I was there.
Did you take any action with the communications team about the favouritism in the photos?
I spoke to the director who spoke to the team and assured me at one stage the main two parties to the to employ the communication team really started to have issues. They felt very conflicted, and I think from memory one of them took time off on stress leave, and then the other one I think as well, and eventually they were paid out.
Do you recall their names?
Jennifer Havler, who was there before my time, and Anne-Marie Elias is the other one.
And when you said both of them were paid out, their employment ended, but again by agreement which involves some ex gratia payment?
I believe what happened was one of them, if not both of them, actually went off on stress leave and then eventually settled.
You referred to the demand that the budget be in the black, but there was also pressure to finance particular projects, and you used as an example the Hammerville Pool project.
Yep.
Do you recall any other particular projects that the mayor was pressing?
The mayor was working with Councillor Caress Rhodes in relation to an animal shelter. And again, I was trying to find ways of finding that funding by seeing if we could do a joint venture with a large organisation where they would run it and we would look at somehow or other building it together. But I don't believe it ever got off the ground. We just couldn't find the funding.
Could you just excuse me for a minute? You also referred to social media by two gentlemen who who were not councillors, were constituents, making postings on social media that were critical of the mayor.
Yes, and likewise, the mayor was obsessed with social media. He would continually be on social media, making, and on quite a number of occasions, which caused, again, problems, he'd be attacking staff on social media.
Can I pause there? When you say social media, was there a particular platform?
I can't remember which of the platforms it was, but they would come to my attention.
Is it the case that Liverpool Council itself has a Facebook page,
Correct, which is run by the communications team.
but individual councillors, including the mayor, can have their own Facebook page, which is known as, for example, Councillor Jane Smith, but it's not, in a sense, controlled or operated by the council.
Correct. It's their own personal.
It's
Their own personal.
And as I just asked, the council itself has no control over those personal Facebook pages.
Unfortunately, no.
All right. Even though it's under the kind of name or umbrella as of Councillor Jane Smith. And your comment about the mayor engaging in social media where he's either responding to other postings or making comments about the staff, was it your understanding that was on his, either Mayor Manoon or Councillor Manoon's Facebook page?
Correct.
The ones critical of staff, they occurred during 2023.
I'm sorry.
You spoke about the mayor making postings which were critical of members of staff.
Yes.
That occurred during 2023.
And I believe early 2024.
And what type of postings were they?
For example, there'd be a situation where he might drive past and see lawn not cut. He'd take a photo of it and then he'd post it about how pathetic the staff are that they're not cutting the lawn on the roads. Sometimes I'd investigate it and discover it wasn't even a council road, it was a state government road, so it's not even meant to be our responsibility. So, you know, the staff would become incredibly upset by that. If he was criticised in any way by either a Peter Rostevsky or a Lou Angelic or anyone else, he would immediately say, you know, yeah, the problem is we've got incompetent staff, they're not dealing with the matter. So that would be his answer. So again, that was causing a huge amount of conflict.
Can I turn to the issue that you started to discuss, which was a particular posting that was made by Mr. Ajelikovich, was it?
I think it's pronounced Angelic, but I'm not sure.
Which then led to the mayor making a particular comment at a community forum.
Correct. So I believe Angelic asked the mayor a question as to why the CEO had instructed staff not to respond to his emails. And Ned Manoon had indicated that, you know why, Michael, because you're a racist. And so Angelic commenced defamation proceedings on that.
Can I just clarify that?
When I say defamation, he issued that notice that you must issue beforehand.
Yes. Is it your understanding that he never actually filed a statement of claim in a court?
No.
But got a lawyer to write, I think,
Concerns notice.
yes, thank you, notice to the mayor.
Correct, to which we responded to.
And as part of responding to that, did you or somebody else within the council look at the issue of if defamation proceedings were taken against the mayor in respect of that statement, whether it would be covered by any insurance policy of the
Correct.
council?
Yes, I did. And I did by asking corporate services to look at it, and the answer was yes, he's covered by insurance. And then I met with the insurance broker, if I can use that term, and that was confirmed as to what the procedures would be.
Ultimately, did that issue the indemnity that would be given to the mayor under the council insurance policy, was that eventually raised at a council meeting?
Yes, so you were required under the policy to put it to council. Council had to vote to say yes, the mayor should be indemnified, and on that basis, the insurance would take effect. But there were certain conditions that also had to be adhered to.
Do you mean that it required a council resolution for the council to make a claim on the policy?
More that the council resolution that the council would indemnify the mayor, and on that basis, the insurance policy would be activated.
Would you bring up document INQ.001.001.1102? I'm sorry, I did speak quickly. 001.001.1102. Yes. First page of the document, Mr. Ajaka, minutes of the ordinary meeting held on 27 March 2024.
Yes.
Would you go through to page _0040?
Yes.
We might have that page. Oops, back up a bit.
Bottom of page 39. We scroll up in the document.
No, I think it's towards the bottom of 0040. It's got legal expenses. I think, no. Back.
Yeah, it starts at 2B.
Sorry, but I'm just trying to see where the item itself is.
Oh,
Would you stop there, please?
I see there's a motion to go into closed session.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
And then there's a closed session, and then and it's the subject legal expenses, and then after the closed session, the council's decision is then recorded. And if we can move
yes.
to that,
Yes.
you've got an agreement to reimburse the mayor's legal expenses on a solicitor-client basis in connection with the claim to a maximum of $50,000. And
Yes.
then some reference to the council's civic expenses and facilities policy, and that's carried.
Yep.
And was it your understanding that the payment to a maximum of $50,000 was something to do with the excess under the insurance policy?
Correct. So once council agreed to indemnify, the council was responsible for the first 50,000, which is one of the conditions I mentioned. But then the insurance would pay everything above that, and I don't think there was even a limit. So if it went into the millions, the insurance company would pay the balance. We were only liable for up to a maximum of 50,000. We were also liable for the first up to 50,000.
Sorry, what's the distinction you're doing?
So if, for example, if no action was commenced and the total legal bill was 10,000, and we only paid 10,000.
Yeah.
We didn't pay the 50.
Oh, right.
And of course, the insurance company paid nothing.
Yes.
But if it came to 100,000, we paid 50, and the
Yeah,
insurance
the
company would pay
deductible was
50.
50, after which
Yeah.
the cover kicked in, I understand.
But it wasn't, you had to pay 50 whether it was used or not.
Yes, I understand.
Now, That was passed, and we should note that the mayor did not participate.
No, he had to leave. He had a conflict.
Now, that was dated around the 27th of March. After that after that was passed, until about the 23rd of April, had the mayor raised any issue with you about that?
So I can't remember the date, but an article in the paper appeared in one of the papers, and I think even some social media, about how council was paying $50,000. And the mayor became incredibly upset about that and then approached me. And this is where another one of those arguments started to make a claim that he never agreed to this. He didn't understand this. He never agreed to have a solicitor appointed to represent him and respond. This was an illegal, invalid motion as far as he was concerned. I disputed all of that, and then we responded to him in writing. I ended up, I think it was Mr. Portelli, who provided him a detailed response of all of the steps that had been taken, including his steps.
Can I just pause there? Would document INQ.039.001.0001 be brought up, please? Yes.
The Telegraph, that's it.
You can see the headline, ratepayers could reimburse Liverpool Mayor Ned Manoon's legal fees up to $50,000.
Correct.
I think our note says that that was published on about the 23rd of April. Yes, there it is.
It's under the byline.
Right. And your evidence is the interest in social media and also the Daily Telegraph writing this article. The mayor then became agitated about the issue.
Yep.
You spoke about him raising a number of issues and eventually Mr. Portelli dealt with it.
I asked him to. And I think from memory, I looked at the email before it went out and approved it.
And would document INQ.003.001.0004 be brought up? And that can be live streamed. Before it's brought up, maybe if we should just pause.
Just in the room.
I think it's all right.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, if you move towards the bottom of that page, can you see there's an email from Mr. copied to Betty Busani?
Yes.
Confidential motion, legal matter.
Yep.
And then it sets out the process that was followed in the preparation of the council report and resolution you referred to.
Yep.
And maybe if we can continue.
Yep. And then there's an annexure to it. Now, that was in response to the mayor's email where he started to claim that it wasn't, I believe, an appropriate motion. If I could just look at that.
Is that on screen for you?
Yes, I could have it. As you were, I had a conflict and did not participate. Having read the resolution, it does not make sense to me. From my understanding, motion was about the excessive charge of that council. Document refers to expense policy needs to be repaired, only stating. It used to be very poorly drafted and actually doesn't cover the issues of insurance there. I know that I've not engaged council, I've not asked council to reimburse my expenses. I know my advice was not to respond to the concerns notice, and this is now being brought to my attention by media. So again, it not only in this, but he claimed with me verbally that he never once asked for it to be dealt with the insurance, nor did he want lawyers appointed for him, nor did he want a response to the claims notice.
All right. Now,
Portelli's response was in relation to that.
And as we saw in the email, Mr. Portelli refers to a table that was
An
annexed.
annex which sets out all the steps.
All right. And I don't know if we can need to bring that up, but I'll note that's document INQ.003.001.0004, and the table appears at page _0005. Maybe if you keep on going down.
Oh, we're there.
Oh,
There it is.
I see.
good. So that's the table.
Yes.
And you can see there's, oh, excuse me for a minute.
Commissioner, can I just check my instructions? But I think there might be a part claim about a LPP about the reference to the McCabe's advice.
All right,
there.
we just scroll up off this page,
Thank
take it off the screen, and we'll just pause for a moment. Apologise. We're okay, Mr. Operator, for the moment. We'll take the document down and see what happens. I'm not speaking in the microphone. I'll get it right on the last day.
Commissioner, that section of the McCabe's advice, which has reference to a McCabe's advice, we sought to make a claim for that in another document, which you did make an order redacting, and that document.
What document ID is that?
It's LCC.008.001.0051.
I'm not saying I didn't, it's just not one that's on my list.
I've got it as a pending determination, which might be the reason.
Okay. All right. Can we manage the difficulty, Ms McDonald? Do you need to take the witness to that part of the
I'm
document?
about to ask about one or two other questions, which I will not go to the McCabe advice.
All right.
And maybe after that, if we can deal with if there's got to be any, if there's an application for a redaction to that document, we can discuss that.
Yes, and if there are any others that are noted by someone as pending my determination, if they can be brought to my attention, I can look at them over the lunch break.
Mr. Ajaka, we had on the screen the email that Mr. Portelli sent to the Mayor and
Yes.
also Betty Busani
Yes.
in response to the concern expressed by the Mayor.
Yes.
Is it your recollection that after Mr. Portelli's email containing that explanation was sent to the Mayor, the matter in a sense disappeared?
The matter is, there were reasons why it disappeared. Portelli had pointed out, after discussion with me, a number of matters that made it very difficult for the Mayor to say, I knew nothing about this, because clearly he'd responded to emails.
So in the lead up to the council resolution, there were emails either to the mayor or copied to the
It
mayor?
was after the council resolution. So there was an email to the mayor from the lawyers and to myself.
All right, don't tell us the
No.
content of that.
Yes. And in it, the mayor responded to it and indicated one change that need to be made. So it became very difficult for him to say he knew nothing
I
about
knew
lawyers.
nothing when he's
He'd already responded.
nominating a change or an amendment.
Correct.
And
And the
ultimately,
change was made by the lawyers.
Sorry, I'm sorry, had you finished?
And the change was made by the lawyers before the letter was sent out.
The letter to whom?
So the lawyers had prepared a draft letter to go to Michael Angelov's lawyers.
All right. Just so I'm clear in my mind, and just pause before you answer in case I inadvertently venture into territory that someone might want to object to. But you said the mayor had said to you he knew nothing about something. What is the something that he
So
said?
in
Just hang
his-
on,
to
sorry,
me
just let
verbally-
me finish my question.
Sorry,
So
Commissioner.
no, it's okay, just so we're clear about
Yep.
what it is you're responding to. I understood you to say the mayor had communicated to you, I knew nothing about it. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes.
What was the it that he was describing to you?
So he said it to me verbally, but he also said that in his email that he had never given instructions or counsel, by that I mean counsel as in a lawyer, to respond to Angelovic's notice.
Right.
He never wanted that.
The issue I understood the mayor to be raising in relation to the text of the resolution that you were shown
Yes.
was about the fact that the resolution referred to the payment of the mayor's legal expenses, but made no reference to the context of the insurance policy. That is, it was eroding the deductible of the insurance policy. Was that ever a matter that you discussed with the mayor?
Yes. In the previous meetings that myself, Portelli, the mayor and his assistant, Betty Bustani, we had actually gone through all the steps because there were a number of alternatives. From memory, I think 3 separate alternatives of how to claim under the insurance part, and we covered each and every one of those, and he agreed to the one that was ultimately put in the business paper for council that passed that resolution.
I see.
But ultimately, Mr. Portelli's email resolved, I know you said there was a little bit toing and froing, but ultimately resolved the issue.
But it was left alone.
You have referred to in the table, which we briefly saw, which I think was dealing with communications with the mayor and Betty Buzani. Can I just ask you about her? At this point, what was her role?
So Betty Bustani was appointed as the senior policy advisor. She replaced Shane Mallard when he became a director.
So Mr. Mallard was appointed the permanent director of City Futures.
Correct.
That led to a vacancy in the position of senior policy advisor,
Correct.
and Ms. Busani was appointed to that role.
Correct. By the relevant director.
Do you recall who the relevant director was?
It would have either been Tina Bono or Farooq Portelli that would have had that role at the time.
She's a senior policy advisor. I understand your evidence that under the new structure, she comes under the directorship of either Tina Bono or Mr. Portelli.
That's my understanding.
But there's descriptions of her role as senior policy advisor to the mayor.
That's how it's described. Senior policy advisor to the mayor, and then there's junior policy advisor to the mayor. Then there's EA to the mayor, and then deputy EA to the mayor.
At this point, are you in Moore Street? And I'm sorry, when I say this point,
When she was first hired?
yes.
Yes.
Physically, when she was first hired, where was she located?
Again, in that small breakout room that Shane Mallard used to be in, as a junior policy advisor.
Which is near the mayor's office.
It's almost, so there's the mayor's office, there's the mayor's reception, and then there's a breakout room.
Like a meeting room?
Yeah, it could be a small conference room.
But it's got desks in it, and that's
It had
where,
2 desks in it,
and
2
that's where
computers.
they work from.
Both of them worked from there,
So it's like a mini open plan office in the,
except that there were really solid walls in between.
all right.
Was it something called the mayoral suite that might be used in other councils? I don't say that in a pejorative term. Other councils call it a mayoral or executive suite. Was that what it was? Like an area with the general manager's office and support staff, the mayor's office and the support staff, which is
Yes,
sort of not completely closed off, but all sitting together. Is that the idea?
yes.
And again, just to assist me, the move from Moore Street to Civic Place, did that occur while you were still employed at council?
Yes,
When did that occur? Again, roughly?
late 23, early 24. It may even be, say, February 24.
And Ms. Bustani's office or work area, did it move to adopt the description by the Commissioner? Did it move to Civic Place in an area of the mayoral suite?
So the original plans had the mayor's office, and then it had one EA's desk directly outside the mayor's office. And then there was the councillors' offices on the other side, and then there was my office on the other side. So that was basically the executive precinct, if I can call that, and the councillors' precinct. The only person that the plans originally had were for the EA to be outside the mayor's office and my EA to be outside my office. The mayor insisted on having those plans changed because he wanted his EA, deputy EA, and he wanted his senior policy advisor and junior policy advisor outside his office. He wanted all 4 of them out there. So we had to make some changes to the floor plan to affect 4 desks and then move all of the lounge, if I can call it, chairs, sitting area for the public who were visiting either of us further down.
Like a little reception area, you mean?
Yeah, and it was open. The mayor then insisted before it was that he wanted that area closed off with a wall. He did not want. It made no sense. We argued about that and the cost involved in subsequent works occurring. And then finally it was agreed to put that wall up. The wall had not yet gone up when I was terminated.
It's an appropriate time.
Oh, yes, it's gone quickly. Well, for me, at least. Mr. Ajaka, we're going to break for lunch. We'll resume again at 2 o'clock. So if you wouldn't mind being back here a couple of minutes before 2 o'clock, we'll see you then.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Is there anything else I need to do before we adjourn?
No, thank you.
Thank you. 2 o'clock. Ms. McDonald, I probably should have done this yesterday, but witnesses who are going to be in the witness box all day, I think it might be appropriate to take a short break in the afternoon session at about 3 o'clock.
Yes.
If there's a convenient point, you can let me know.
I will. Thank you, Commissioner. All right, Mr. Ajaka, I think in the chronology we had reached around September 2023. You were raising some matters where your professional relationship with the mayor was either, sorry, could we close the door, please?
Thank you.
Thank you. Which was either troubled, if I can describe it in that way. I wanted first just to revisit some of your earlier evidence. You spoke about being approached by the mayor and being invited, or would you consider applying for the CEO role? And one of them, I think you gave evidence that there were identified some issues at the council. And one of the issues that you spoke about or that was raised with you was the relationship with the unions.
Correct.
When you became the CEO,
Yes.
was there an issue between the relationship, I'll put it broadly, with the union?
Yes.
What was your understanding or observation of what the issue was at that time?
So within a very short period of time, I was told that in that preceding year, there were 53 industrial relation matters between staff represented by the USU and council. I was also informed that of the other 7 councils in what was known as the parks, 8 councils combined together to be known as the parks, there was only 7, 13, 14, 15 matters that the other 7 councils had that year. So they were averaging 1 or 2 or 3 each, whereas we had 53.
So the 14 to 15 matters from these other councils, that was in total?
In total for all of them.
For all of them. And you describe them as the other parks councils?
So there's a group of 8 councils that form what is known as the parks. So it's Liverpool, Camden, Hawkesbury, Campbelltown, and 4 others. They'll come to me, Penrith and a few others.
When you referred to, you were told that there were 53 industrial relations matters.
That year.
Are they formally known as an industrial grievance or something along those lines?
They're usually grievances or complaints or matters that have not been resolved and escalate to the industrial relation, as they are seen as industrial relation matters.
So it leads to some kind of application or grievance complaint to the
Correct.
Industrial Relations
Correct.
Commission. That obviously then involves cost and with the staff of the council to deal with those grievances and maybe cost incurring with representation at an Industrial Relations Commission hearing.
Correct. And of course, it absolutely created a toxic environment between the council and the staff. And that term toxic was used on a number of occasions to me when I would speak to the staff.
That was what you were told when you commenced your role, and did it accord with your observations of the relationship between the union and the council?
Within a very short period of time, might have even been the first few days I started, I met with the USU delegates down at operations. It was about 20, 25 of them. And we spent a good hour and a half together so that I could get an understanding of why this was occurring, why there was this problem, and why this antagonism, toxic attitude was occurring.
Over the period where you were employed as the CEO, did you take steps to deal with that?
Yeah, I was pleased to note that any outstanding matters were quickly resolved. And I don't believe there was a single industrial relations matter that proceeded in my time as CEO. Any issues that came up, I was able to meet with the USU and resolve them at a very early stage.
So to prevent or make redundant any formal application to the Industrial Relations Commission raising an industrial relations matter or grievance.
Correct.
The work that you undertook there, did that lead to any tension in your working relationship with the mayor?
Yes, he felt that I was, he wanted me to be firmer with them, and he again kept raising that I should be terminating the employment of a number of employees, in particular the employees that had been involved in the pork on the fork. I tried to make him understand that it was better to just resolve those issues and not continue. A couple of other issues had arisen at that time, which I was able to stop. There was, I believe, a truck going around with the photo of the mayor on it and some adverse comments about the mayor. He was obviously upset with that. But at the same time, when I spoke to the employees, the mayor had put a very large billboard outside of the operations with a big photo of himself and a caption that basically said, "I'm looking for good staff, come and work here." And that, so there was a bit of a tit for tat. I was able to resolve it by making sure the billboard sign went down, which really upset the mayor, but I got an undertaking that the truck signs would stop, and it worked well.
And they did?
Yes, it worked well.
During the period September 2023, you also identified that the problem or the issue of direct contact between the mayor and/or councillors and staff arose again.
Yes.
I asked you about the mayor. You also identified that councillors Goodman and Amon were contacting staff directly as well.
Yes.
Was that aberrant behaviour, or was it becoming more common with those two councillors?
They were approaching staff in relation to either DA applications, which I thought was completely inappropriate, or in a number of cases, compliance matters or non-compliance matters. You know, someone had approached them complaining and they would then approach the staff. I made it very clear to them they're not permitted to go near the staff, and I made it very clear to them that they either went in the appropriate manner to the director or they came to me. On one occasion, I recall we were having a governance meeting at Scott Street. Scott Street was the other office that we had a very large boardroom. We'd normally have our governance meetings in Scott Street. One of our departments was there, and it was all glass. And while we were sitting there, Councillor Amoon asked the Director for Planning during the course of the meeting to go outside, and they were outside the glass where everyone could watch them. And of course, he was talking to her, seemed to be getting agitated with her. I went out and said, "This is really inappropriate. You shouldn't be doing this. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about, but it doesn't look good." And I looked at the director and said, "You go back inside where you're supposed to be." And I said to him, "You got an issue, put in a councillor request."
Now, when you've raised the conduct that you observed of councillors Goodman and Amon, did they begin to comply with the policy?
They did.
Now, also I wanted to ask you about an issue that was raised in a court document, which we'll eventually come to, where you raised issues concerning council's policy regarding the local infrastructure contributions made pursuant to section 711 of the EPAA.
Is this the summons that was filed?
Yes.
Thank you.
But that particular issue, what was that issue and how did it arise?
The one with the mayor.
Yes.
Yep. So the mayor came to see me in a very agitated state, stating that he'd been thrown out of a meeting. When I asked him what he was talking about, he indicated that he'd come on to the meeting, that the council staff were meeting to discuss section 711 and section 7 contributions. They'd been tasked to do that and report back to me. The mayor had apparently, while he was in his car, simply phoned in. When he'd phoned in, one of the staff members had told the mayor, "I feel really uncomfortable with you simply phoning in. I don't think it's appropriate." He immediately hung up on the call. He told me he hung up, the staff told me that he hung up, nothing else was said. But when he came to see me, when he continued to talk to me, he kept maintaining that he'd been thrown out of the meeting. And he'd announced it in a number of ways that he'd been thrown out. I kept arguing with him that you weren't thrown out. All the staff did was express a view, and in my opinion, the correct view, that they felt uncomfortable with you listening in and participating without warning, and you hung up. So no one threw you out. You just ended the phone call, but he just wouldn't accept that.
Was there any broader issue with the mayor agitating for the use of the 7-Eleven contributions?
Yes, so months prior to that, the mayor kept arguing that we weren't looking properly at the Section 7-Eleven contributions and whether we were using them. The mayor wanted, in my view, access to the Section 7-Eleven for projects, and also wanted to see if we could use some of the Section 7-Eleven money, Section 12 money, in relation to the Hammerville pool. I indicated to him that there'd be no way you could do that unless they were specifically raised for that purpose in that area. But it was a fair comment. Were we properly looking at the Section 7-Eleven 12? And so at ELT, we decided that we would have the staff look at it and come back and report to us. When the mayor maintained that he'd been thrown out of the meeting, I believe the mayor then moved a motion that appointed an official committee to work through the Section 7-Elevens and Section 12s. And that motion was passed by council, and that was the appropriate way.
And the committee, did that consist of councillors?
Yes,
And plus some staff members?
correct, and the mayor.
And the mayor. And of course, 7-Eleven contributions, they come under the umbrella of externally restricted funds.
Yes,
And as you said, can only be used for a particular purpose.
particular purpose, particular area. A bit like trust money, if I can use that expression.
All right.
How,
Now,
as a practical matter, are they raised? I know they come from developers, but just step me through the process of how
But what will happen is a developer may come along and turn around and say, I'm going to build this massive high rise. And we'll look at it and say, all right, if you're going to do that, you've got to make a contribution. Now, the contribution might be that road widening, contribution might be drainage, the contribution might be open space, and the developer has to provide the funds to allow council to undertake those exercises, especially from a traffic flow or drainage.
as part of the approval process?
Yeah, and so they really are allocated very specific purpose. Section 712 is a little bit more generalised, where it may well be that there really is where you're building it, there's absolutely nothing in that area, but you kind of charge them a percentage of what the total development will be, and they give you the money. But again, it has to be used in a proper way from an infrastructure point of view within the council area. Some Section 711s could be sitting there for years, and that was the problem, that they would be sitting there for years when I came in, hadn't been utilised, and then there was a real concern on my part that by the time you came to use them, the funds were not sufficient for the purpose because of escalating costs.
Why might that happen, that they sit there for that long?
You know, when the funds first came in, it needed a bit of time, effort, energy to look at something being built. By the time you went through it, 2 or 3 years went past. 2 or 3 years later, if it was a $10 million fund paid by the developer, you suddenly need 16 million. Where's the other 4 million going to come from? You cannot take money out of the section of 711 for other areas that wasn't dedicated to that area.
So does that risk the prospect that those funds might never be used?
There is that risk, and that's why the state government's currently looking at that.
Yes.
and just out of interest, if the funds are never used, are they returned to the developer, or does the
So
council
one of
pay
the
for it?
arguments that was starting to come up, or one, if I can say, one of the fears that were being discussed with many of the council GMs is, would developers come back and say, you misrepresented, you didn't use the funds for the purpose, I want my money back. But I wasn't aware of that having occurred. I'd had a number of meetings with the minister and other representatives of Office of Local Government when I first started. You know, it was my view that amendments needed to be made to the Act to be able to properly access the Section 711s and 712 so that it's no longer restricted to a specific purpose or a specific area. It needed to be opened up a little bit as long as it was used for infrastructure type projects in the city. It should be allowed to be used.
Why did you make that suggestion? Why did you make that suggestion?
It was because it just didn't make sense the way the money was just sitting there.
Too restrictive, you thought?
Too restrictive. I mean, you know, if you've got money for 10 projects, I'm just picking a figure out there, Commissioner. If you had money for 10 projects, but you can't do any one of the projects because you don't have enough money to complete the project, surely it was better to complete 5 of those projects if you combine the money together. As long as the people of Liverpool were benefiting out of 5 projects, it was better than 0 projects and we were just sitting on the money.
Is that because the developer contributions that are received don't cover the entire cost of whatever works might be contemplated?
So a really good example is that the Section 711s were to build a park or improve a park or put ladders in a park. The building's built, the park's not there. And you read in the paper continuously how residents are complaining that the facilities they were promised at the time they moved in haven't been delivered. Developer says, not my problem. The council's supposed to deliver it. Council says they don't have enough money.
Is that a issue that arises because of the amount of the contribution received, or is it also something that might be affected by the council's planning and implementation of those works at about the time the development either occurs or is completed?
I mean, if you ask a developer, he'll tell you he's paying too much. If you ask a council, he'll tell you he's not paying enough. So I can't really answer that question. But I do know that when we started to look at, and I was looking at the history, there was some funds that have been sitting there for years and years and clearly were not sufficient to meet the expense required.
I might be jumping ahead, but I'll do it anyway. Once that process had started, did anything come of it before you left the council?
Well, the committee started meeting and the mayor was going through it line by line, and we were starting to go through trying to find where some monies could be or some projects could be, but it was difficult and my employment was ceased before we got anywhere further. So I have no idea where it's at now.
Mr. Ajaka, I want to now move to a different topic, again post-September 2023, but leading up to the budget for the next financial year.
June 2024?
Yes, and that budget is prepared, goes on public exhibition at one point, and then is put to the council at a council meeting, and the council resolve whether they're going to accept it or not.
It has to be at the council meeting, at the last meeting in June. It has to be passed before the end of the financial year.
All right. Now, some general questions to begin with. The budget, the preparation of the budget, there are a number of draft budgets or different iterations of the budget.
Yes. Workings.
It's described as workings. And the first workings or the initial workings, do they reflect information that's received from the different directors
And councillors.
and councillors? The information from the directors, is it, and I'm putting this very generally, is it along the lines of next financial year we want to do these projects, or this is what we're, our operation will be, and we'll be bringing in this money or revenue, etc., and then that's kind of fed into the first working of the budget?
Yes.
And
So they're meant to show all of their expenses, estimated expenses, any revenue that's coming in, and anything new that they would like to be involved in and what it would cost, etc. They're meant to go into those initial first, second, third drafts.
it was described yesterday by the Chief Financial Officer, those first and second workings of the budget can be a bit of a wish list.
Same term used in state parliament.
All right.
Prime ministers. Every minister has a wish list to the Treasury.
And at that point, because it's a wish list, taking into account what the directors want to do in their new projects, it may reflect a substantial deficit.
Yes.
And then as it progresses, is it a matter of discussions with the directors about, look, you're not going to be able to do this, or that's too expensive? The councillors then are briefed with the various drafts and they make contributions or suggestions about it.
They have their wish lists.
They've got their wish lists. And so you're moving along with a draft budget which could be very different. The eventual budget could be very different from the first working to the one that's eventually put before the council.
Yes. Keeping in mind that it's actually the councillors, the council budget. It's not the CEO's budget, it's not the executive's budget, it's the councillors' budget. So what would ultimately go in that June session is what you believe the councillors had agreed with during all of those process steps that occur in February, March, April, exhibition in May, and then final council meeting in June.
With the process, picking up on whose budget it actually is, to include an expense or possible revenue, ultimately, is that at the direction of the governing body? Does that make sense?
Yes. So if you go back one step, at the very last meetings before it goes on public exhibition, you've gone through the process with the staff and with their councillors, and, you know, wish list matters are added, wish list matters are taking out, all the other aspects are in. The finance directorate have made sure that all of the relevant information is, and you invariably end up with a budget. And prior to it going on exhibition, you can almost accept that the councillors have agreed, whether they like it or not, but the majority of the councillors have indicated this is the budget they will approve. Then you put it out for exhibition. Then you look at the feedback that comes in from and it can be quite extensive feedback from the exhibition. And then working through that feedback, you may make some changes to the budget. Councillors may recommend some changes to the budget. You have a final meeting with the councillors, and then you believe that you've set what the budget is. That goes to the June. So the idea being is that you're not going to spend an enormous amount of time debating it at the council meeting, because you've already done that in the governance and information sessions beforehand.
Right. Now, concentrating on the June 24 budget.
Which I wasn't there after April.
No. But I'm going to ask you about the lead up.
Yes.
Until sometime in April.
Yes.
When you leave your role with the council. At the early stages of starting to formulate the budget, did you have any discussions with the mayor about his expectations for the budget?
Yes.
Did he say to you what his expectations were?
So if I could start with one of the governance meetings earlier on in the piece, Farooq indicated to the councillors that the budget was looking at a deficit of approximately, this would have been February, March, looking at approximately over $20 million deficit. As soon as that was announced, the mayor threw his papers up in the air and stormed out of the meeting. We continued on with the meeting because we had a quorum. About half an hour later, the mayor came.
It was a governance meeting?
I believe it was either a governance meeting or an information session. We also had some information sessions.
Which staff attended plus councillors.
Correct.
And the staff were there to explain things and also to receive feedback from the councillors.
And to go through item by item of what was there.
And at that point, it was roughly about $20 million.
It was above 20 million. It might be 23, 24, I can't remember.
And sorry, what was the next event after that?
So the next big event, if I can call it that, was that we had another meeting, similar meeting, and we'd already got the budget down to about 7.5 million in deficit. And so when the meeting started, the mayor, basically, first question is, what's the deficit? And I believe it was Farooq, it could have been me, Portelli, said it's 7.5 million. And his immediate comment was, well, you're halfway there. And, you know, he goes, it's got to be a lot better than that. We talked a little bit and then he left after that.
Now, before that governance meeting where there was a draft budget where the deficit was, say, roughly 20 million, did you have a discussion without councillors, but with you and Mr. Portelli, who was the Director of Corporate Support at
Yes.
that point, about what either the first or second draft of the budget was revealing?
So I would have had numerous discussions with Mr. Portelli over the budget, sometimes just he and I, sometimes with all of ELT, the entire executive team, which comprised the 6 directors and myself. Sometimes Mr. Portelli and maybe 2 or 3 other directors. So we were always talking about the budget during this period.
Do you recall when the draft budget at that point, and I would suggest it was probably early on when it was very much a wish list budget, the deficit predicted or forecast was up around $25–26 million. Do you recall a discussion with Mr. Portelli where the budget was in that state?
I was aware that the budget was around the 22–25 million before we had that meeting where we expressed it to the mayor and the councillors.
I'm concentrating on another meeting that you may have had with Mr. Portelli, and I think Tina Bono may have been there.
I don't have a recollection. But as I said, I had many meetings with Mr. Portelli.
The suggestion that I want to put to you is that there was a meeting with Mr. Portelli where it was a version of the budget, the draft budget, where the deficit was up around $25 million, and it was suggested by you that he undertake some creative accounting, those words, to assist in decreasing the budget, the deficit of the budget. Do you recall a meeting where you used the words applying creative accounting?
Absolutely not, and it's not a term I would use.
Do you recall a meeting in the lead up to April 2024 where you're discussing the state of the draft budget with Mr. Portelli, and you raised with him issues about how we're going to get the deficit down?
I had spoken to Mr. Portelli on numerous occasions, but by that stage, we were already down to 7.5 million. So we've gone from 25 million to about 15 million to about 7.5 million. And, you know, we as a group of directors and CEO had met on many occasions. We'd all spoken about it. Each of the directors were tasked with finding ways of either saving money or increasing revenue. And each of the directors on numerous occasions, and we did use terms that, you know, we have to be creative, we have to be innovative. You know, we had to be creative and innovative. I mean, these are terms we continually use because one of the directors in particular was very fond of using the word innovative, and that's what we did. We just kept trying to find ways, and we found innovative ways to be able to reduce the budget, and that's why we got it from 25 to 15 to 7.5, and ultimately, as I was leaving, 2.5 in the black. We managed to do that, but it was all appropriate steps.
what was an example of creative or innovative steps that were taken to get the projected deficit down?
So the best example I can give you was the mattress shredding. That was a very,
I'm sorry,
the mattress shredding.
Yes.
That was a very innovative and creative way of increasing income and reducing costs. We weren't going to pay any more costs for dumping the mattresses at some place that charges, I think, $100 a mattress to dump it. We were going to actually pick up the mattresses ourselves and make money out of it. But where it became even more innovative and more creative was when the fact that we then approached other councils. We all brought them in, we invited them in, and we started to work on picking up contracts from other councils where they paid us to take the mattresses. We then shredded them, turned them in the tiles, and we sold the tiles back to the council. So
This is the projection.
these were projected, but very well worked on business case projections. And we were able to demonstrate that not only would our costs go down, but our revenue would increase. So it was a win-win in both areas.
That's one example. Any
So
other?
that's one example. The other area is that I ended up having the property section, and we hired a number of property specialists to have a serious look at assets, property that were completely underutilised, that were not efficient in any way, that were either costing us money and bringing us in no revenue, or the revenue they were bringing us in was not. So the perfect examples of that were, there were a number of properties that we had 4 or 5 car parks that were completely underutilised. And I wanted the property team to go out and have a look at how either we sell those properties, rezone those properties to increase their value incredibly, and going through all the proper steps to do that, or entering into JV agreements with developers where we'd end up getting the car park equivalent back, own it, pick up some cash, and they'd put their building on top of the car park. They were the ones we looked at, and the one that we identified immediately, which went into the budget, was the Hoxton Park development. After doing all the necessary work on that, it was clear that $5, $6, $7 million would be left over that we could book as a result of that property. So what was necessary was to ensure that we could get that money within that budget year. So by being innovative, we were looking at the next 12 months, the next 2 years, the next 3 years, all of those matters look at. Another one was 33 Moore Street, which we were moving out of into the new building. To simply rent it at a low rental wasn't going to give us possibly a proper return. We still hadn't leased it all out. It was valued at $50 to $60 million. It would reduce the loans enormously that we had on the new building, which meant it would introduce the interest repayments made, again, a reduction in expenses. So these were quite a number of things that we were looking at to improve. Childcare centres, we knew a fact, the study showed, childcare centre with 40 students or less, you lose money. 60, 70 students or more, you make money. We had quite a number with 40 students. So either we sold them and built bigger ones, or we owned the land that we could actually extend them from 40 to 70 to 80 students and start to get a really good return on those investments. So that was just a few examples. The courthouse, the old historic courthouse, was just sitting there. No one was doing anything with it. So we moved to renovate it, and we were talking to University of Wollongong to lease it out to them, and they were going to use it for their mock trials for their law students. So these were the innovative, creative ways.
Seriously.
Especially
That's a bit of a sore topic of the assisting team, so I won't go any further with that. The process that you've described, looking at the assets, I think was described in a document I saw yesterday as, looking to optimise the council's asset book to make sure, in a sense, to ensure that it was delivering as most value as it could to council. Is that the general concept?
Yeah, absolutely. I was using the terms, if they're underutilised, we really need to have a look at it and get a better return on investment.
Thank you.
from some of the examples you used, it seems it's a little bit of from a purely financial perspective, it's a bit of a mixed bag in that you may have to incur additional costs to generate the revenue. So for example, with the mattress shredding operation, you had to buy 2 shredders. You've got to
Correct.
buy other equipment,
Correct.
etc. Your example of the
And hired staff if necessary.
yes, additional staff, etc. Also with the looking at the specialist assets, you spoke about employing some additional property experts, so there would be the cost incurred in that.
So we had 2 choices with this. Choice number 1 was that you go out and you contract out to one of the big firms to come in and look at it. The second choice was employ in-house. I preferred to employ in-house because you had them full-time, they were focused on the job, and they cost you less than what the large firms were going to cost you. No different to having an in-house legal counsel in your firm, in your council. So we employed 2 people who went about and started to do studies in that regard, and they worked under the City Futures Directive.
And they had embarked on that task
Yes.
in the financial year 23 to 24.
It may have started at the end of 23-24, but it was really in the financial year 24 to 25.
Working towards the budget.
It was really designed to be working for the budget that I was implementing for 24 to 25.
But the work was starting whilst you were still.
Absolutely. I was there till April 24, so
Yes.
I was there through. I was,
Close to the
I was there
budget.
for 9 months of that budget year.
Now, when you were appointed to the role of CEO, was Peter Diplis still working at the council?
Yes, I believe he was one of the directors or one of the acting directors. I can't recall.
And which directorate was he looking after?
I wouldn't be able to remember.
Was there another employee, I think it's either Paul Perrott or,
Yes, again, he was either a director or an acting director at the time. Again, I can't recall which.
was it your understanding that before you were appointed, Mr. Diplis was the acting CEO for a period?
I believe that he was on that list I was provided after I started a few weeks. I was provided a list of all of the CEOs and acting CEOs. And he was on that list, but he may have been just before Tina Bono or...
And it was your understanding that Mr. Perrett was also employed around the time that Mr. Diplis was the acting CEO?
I can't recall.
In your role as CEO, you had involvement in the 23-24 budget.
So I had a very, what I would consider small involvement. I started in January. I was so focused on all of the industrial relation issues. I was focused on the new building being built at Civic Place. I was focused on other areas. I relied very heavily on the finance department to, of course, work on the budget. They would come back to me, but I didn't have a great involvement in suggestions, if I can use that expression.
But at that time, Mr. Diplis was your understanding had left the employment of the council leading up to the 23 budget.
Yeah, so Mr. Diplis would have left early January, as I said, when an agreement was reached.
Did you understand that the 22-23 budget was the preparation for that budget was undertaken by Mr. Diplis as the acting CEO with the assistance of Mr. Perrett?
I can't recall that. That could be the, if whoever would have been the Director of Finance Corporate Services and whoever was the then acting CEO, they would have had the lead.
Leading up to April 2024, were you ever informed or did you learn about some item that was included in the 22-23 budget, which may have had a questionable or dodgy assumption underlying it?
No.
Had you ever suggested in the lead up to the June 24 budget to Mr. Portelli that in employing creative accounting, you should do what the other two did previously?
I wouldn't know what the other
No.
two did.
My first question is, did you say that to Mr. Portelli?
No, and again, I didn't use the term creative accounting.
But concentrating on that additional statement of why don't you do what the previous two did with the budget, you're saying your evidence is that you never uttered those words?
No.
And you had no knowledge of any allegation or assertion that in the 22-23 budget, there were an assumption or some assumptions that may have been questionable, but which were employed and had the effect of improving the bottom line of the budget?
No, if I'd been told that something inappropriate had happened, I would have insisted it was reported to the Office of Local Government or to the Auditor General. This is why it's not logical that I would have made comments of that nature. The number of parties involved in putting a budget together, Commissioner, over a 4-month period is just extraordinary. I mean, you involve your entire finance department, you involve all of your directors, you involve all of your councillors. They go through them line by line item. And then you've got the Auditor General to deal with, and then you've got ARIC to deal with. It's just not logical that you could do that. And that's why, as I said, no one ever brought that to my attention. I would have reported it straight away.
Now, can I return to the Mayor and your dealings with him about the budget up until April 2024?
Yes.
You've given evidence about a particular governance meeting. At that point, the state of the budget was about a 20 million deficit.
In the beginning, yes.
And you spoke about the Mayor becoming upset.
Yes.
Putting that to one side, you're obviously having many conversations and discussions with the Mayor just by virtue of him being the Mayor and you being the CEO.
Yes.
During those discussions, at any time did he raise with you what he wanted the end result of the budget to be?
Yeah. Not during the 20 million when he threw the papers up in the air, and not, I don't believe, during the 15 million. But once we announced the 7.5 million and he said you're halfway there, shortly after that, we did have a discussion, a verbal discussion. And he kept saying, not good enough, I need a much better result. But I was approached by one of the employees after that who indicated to me clearly that being 2 or 3, being in the black for a small amount was never going to work. The Mayor had made it clear that he wanted somewhere between 15 to 20 million in the black because he needed the extra funds to ensure that the Hammerville Pool project would go ahead.
And I stop you there. You said that another employee informed you of that?
Yeah, I believe it was one of the directors. I just can't remember which one.
And you can't recall which director?
I know it was one of the directors. It could have been Farooq Portelli, it could have been Tina Bono, but I do recollect that and my saying, look, just not going to happen.
Your comment, it's not going to happen, it's just not going to happen, is that achieving a surplus of about 15 to 20 million?
I just couldn't see how we were going to get there.
I didn't ask you this before, but you indicated, again, a rough development of the budget is that at one stage it was about a deficit of 25 million, then you reached about 15 million, and then there was the 7.5 million, all
Yes.
deficits.
The 25 and the 7.5 were announced at meetings. I believe the 15 was working with the other directors. I don't believe it was formally announced.
The 7.5, that was announced at a governance meeting.
Would it have been a governance meeting or what I call an information session or a budget briefing session?
Roughly in 2024, which month was the 7.5 deficit achieved?
It would have been, I would say, March.
Around March. The governance meetings, we've seen that minutes are prepared of those meetings.
Correct.
The informal or the information sessions with the councillors, are minutes kept of those?
I'm not sure. I know that we prepare briefings for the information.
Like an information pack?
Like an information pack, and then we just work our way through it, and one of the directors will get up and explain it to the councillors. And so with the budget, it was with the budget papers, and the idea was to go through it item by item, and again, say to them, sorry, you're not going to get your animal shelter, or sorry, you're not going to get this, or sorry, you're not going to get that.
And the information packs that are presented for an information session, are they kept there? It's part of the record keeping requirements of
Yes,
the
they
council
have to
to
be.
your knowledge?
They have to be.
I nominated the title information pack. Is that the description that's used within council?
Look, it's my description, but it might be called, again, it could have been draft budget pack, it could have been whatever it was relating to.
Now,
It could be a budget briefing session.
There'd be a record of the dates on which.
There should be.
briefing sessions.
They should be, because councillors were formally notified of it, of, date, time, place, what it was going to be. Sometimes an agenda was attached to it.
And as part of this iterative process of working the budget, these are briefing sessions particular to the budget.
Yes, so the ones relating to the budget were very specific for the budget, but on occasions, if something else was really important, I would add that to the agenda and we would deal with those issues as well.
Whereas a governance meeting might be more wide-ranging. A governance meeting might be have more wide-ranging topics.
Oh yeah, the governance meeting had a very formal agenda, like a council meeting, formal papers, and you followed that entire agenda.
But dealing with a number of issues, not just the budget.
Oh, absolutely.
and the director with primary responsibility of keeping these records, including a record of the dates of the various briefing sessions or governance meetings. Which director was that?
That would be corporate Farooq.
Mr. Portelli.
He had a section underneath him that were responsible for preparing all of the papers for council meetings, briefing meetings, governance meetings, and they would also were responsible for notifying the councillors.
Now, you said the 7.5 million deficit you thought was around March.
Yes.
You spoke about at one stage you had reached 2.5 million in the black.
Yes, because, again, being innovative.
No, I wanted.
Yes.
My question was,
Yes.
when was that?
That was probably at least 2-3 days before the meeting before I received the email from the mayor asking me to look at, 2 less directors and so on. So whatever date that was, probably 2 or 3 days before that.
And at that stage, is your understanding that the work being done on the staff with the next draft version of the budget had actually moved it into the black to the amount of about 2.5 million?
I'd come up with 2 matters that I wanted Kelly and the other directors to look at. I think it was at an ELT meeting. The two matters that I came up with was one, to book money owed to us by Canterbury Bankstown Council.
Is this to do with the bridge?
Yes.
Right, we've heard about the bridge.
So prior to that, prior to giving that instruction, there was no proceedings commenced. Because I instructed General Counsel to commence proceedings, statement of claim was filed. Canterbury Bankstown had filed their defence. In their defence, they also made an admission that they owed a certain amount of money, so it was admitted. But their defence was they weren't going to pay that money unless we agreed that that was the only money owed. We believed that far more substantial money was owed, but we also argued that that money should be paid immediately. So because I knew that money was 100% agreed and it would come into that next financial year, my view is it should be booked in the revenue component.
You raised that with Mr. Portelli and
Yep.
the other.
Mr. Portelli didn't quite agree with me. And I said to him, look, I'm certain about this. You really should go get some advice. Go talk to General Counsel, talk to whoever you have to. I cannot for the life of me fathom that if it's admitted by Council that they owe it and they're going to pay it, yes, you can't book the second part because we haven't got judgment for that, but this part is admitted. He came back to me saying, yes, it can be booked, and it was booked. And the second one was, I gave, again, instructions to look at the Hoxton Park property, and that they did all of the necessary work on that, came back, and I knew that that funds would arrive within the 12-month period required, and so I instructed them to book that. Those two components, I believe, led to it going from 7.5 million in the black in the red, to about 2.5 million in the black.
All right. Before turning to the meeting of the 12th of April,
Yes.
you spoke about the Mayor obviously wanting a surplus. You've raised the communication you had or discussion with another director where he wanted a surplus in quite a considerable sum to assist to finance
Yes.
the Hammondville pool.
Yes.
In the lead up to that meeting of the 12th of April, were there any other suggestions about your role that may have come either directly from the Mayor or indirectly through another either councillor or staff member concerning your role in formulating the budget?
Yes.
And what was that?
So on a number of occasions prior to that meeting, prior to receiving that email, the Mayor had raised with me that a way to get extra money in the budget was to remove 2 of the 6 directors, to remove 4 or 5 managers, to remove the entire legal team of General Counsel, and to look at other employees that could be removed. I indicated that was a restructure, that can't happen. You've got to go through the restructure process. That takes 6 to 7 months. We've got a month or 2 before the budget. It's never going to happen. He then insisted, no, it's just a budget adjustment. You can put it in the budget. And I said, no, you can't put it in the budget because it's not something that you know will occur 100% within that year. You may not get the restructure occurring. And secondly, we have to do a new restructure in any event, or look at the restructure after the council
Which was
election,
September
which is in
24.
September. So I think we've already done it twice in this term, mine being the second time. You want to do it a third time, but not call it a restructure. It's not going to happen.
Now, can I just ask, at that point, these discussions with the Mayor, it's just in a verbal discussion?
Yes.
And from the way you've described it, it appears to be the Mayor raising a possibility with you raising your concerns about whether that's viable or not.
Yes.
Commissioner, is that an appropriate
Yes.
time for just that
Mr.
quick
Ajaka,
break?
we'll just take 5 minutes to refresh ourselves for the
Be
last,
greatly appreciated,
for the
Commissioner.
afternoon. I'll just come back at 3:05.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes.
Mr. Ajaka, you were talking about the lead up to the meeting on, I think it was the 16th of April. You referred to an identification of a possible property that could be sold, 3 Hoxton Park Road.
Hoxton Park, yes.
Would you bring up, please, document AJA.001.001.0002? Yes, please. And would you first go to page 3_00. Right down the bottom of that page, there should be an email from a Peter Panopoulos. Yes. Do you see that email? It's dated the 12th of April and it's from a Steve Simmett.
Yes.
Who was Mr. Simmett?
Steve Simmett was one of the 2 property staff that we'd hired to look at the various properties.
If you go to the next page, 4, I'm sorry, that was an unclear instruction. This is Mr. Panopoulos's email where he says, "Hi, Steve," and then there's a reference to areas and amounts, and then it ends with, say, 14 million with 1,458 metres squared.
Yeah, yes, it was an estimate.
Would you then return to page 3? And there's an email in the middle of the page from Mr. Simmett to Mr. Mallard.
Yes,
12th of April at about 5:40 p.m.
yes,
Hi Shane, please find below value opinion of 3 Hoxton Park Road provided by Civic Valuations.
yes.
If you then proceed, now I'm getting it mixed up. I think it's page 2. Yes, a little bit higher. The email there from Shane Mallard to Farooq Portelli,
Yes,
and it's got budget adjustments CF. Hi Farooq, the CEO has requested I bring this new City Futures budget initiative to your attention and add to the budget prior to any discussions with mayors and councillors. I'll just jump ahead. Commercial property team under Steve's has analysed 3 Hoxton Park Road for disposal this coming financial year. And then there's a section about valuation, the sale price, and then the matter of the CES tendency has been relocated or leased back for a period to a new buyer is subject to negotiations at sale time. You see that?
yeah, correct. That was at my instruction.
All right. And then just to finish this sequence of emails, if we can go to the first page, we've got Farooq Portelli to Mr. Nadan. Vishwa, based on advice provided below, factor the proposed sale of 3 Hoxton Park Road site in the budget next door. And then there's, again, a reference to the values.
Correct.
Now, in the second email, which was from Shane Mallard, he stated that the CEO has requested I bring this new City Futures budget initiative to your attention.
Yes.
How did it come to, how did you become interested in 3 Hoxton Park Road?
So as I said earlier, I had instructed the directors to find innovative ways and to look at all of the properties we held. So during meetings with them, it became clear that Hoxton Park was the only one that we could bring into that financial year budget. The other properties that were being talked about were going to take at least 2 years, possibly 3 or more. Lot 101 and lot 102 at the Hammerville precinct, that looked like more a year 2 and that's why we weren't going to bring it into the budget. So they went about to work, so I instructed them to go and work, but we needed to do all the probity, we needed to get a proper valuation, we needed to understand that it could go in, and that led to it finally. Farooq would not have sent it to Vishwa if he didn't believe it would go into that year.
All right, but the valuation that you're relying upon, is that valuation was provided by Mr. Panopoulos?
It was an estimate.
It was an
estimate valuation.
But usually where properties are either to be sold or purchased by council, usually to more substantive valuations are obtained.
There are a lot more substantive actions to be taken, a lot more probity to be taken, a lot more valuations to be taken. Then you've got to look at whether you're going to do expressions of interest, auction, etc. That would take at least 3, 4, 5 months. And that's why I was confident that within a 12-month period, all of those steps would occur. But you would not do that prior to it going into the budget and prior to it being approved by council. Again, council's budget. So this could have appeared when we were informing this to council, either before it went on exhibition or after it went on exhibition. Council could have easily said, no, take it out. So you weren't going to go spend a lot of money on it if it's not first been approved to go into the budget.
Right. So you're saying that at this stage, it is purely being included in the budget and with the capacity for the governing body to say, we agree or we don't agree with it being put into the budget.
Correct.
That is different from an actual resolution by council to sell the property.
Absolutely. Because it firstly would have to be by resolution of council to be in the budget. But then after you undertake all of the probity and all of the valuation, etc., you would need to bring it back to council before you can proceed with the actual sale. They can always change their mind at any time in between.
Now, you also mentioned before our, short break, an email from Mr. Manoon dated the 12th of April 2024, in which some financial modelling was raised.
Yes.
Would you please bring up document OLG-001.001.0310? Yes, thank you.
I don't think that's it.
Maybe if you go through the document.
I don't think that's the document. That's not the document that I think you're referring to.
I'm sorry?
What was on the screen wasn't the document I think you were referring to.
I think it's just a different part of that document, perhaps.
It's page 2 of the document, and I'm hoping there's an email from Mayor Ned Manoon to you, 12th of April at 9:23.
Yes,
there it
that's
is.
it. That's it now.
Now, starting there,
Yes.
that's an email that is addressed to you, but also copied into Mr. Portelli and also Deputy Mayor McNaught.
Yes.
Before turning to the content of that email,
Yes.
do you, what was your understanding of why, out of all the councillors, Deputy Mayor McNaught was copied into this?
I don't know. I just assumed because she's the deputy mayor, I didn't even think about that.
Now, we've got next steps budget, and there's a request of modelling and recommendations for the
Yes.
budget,
Yes.
and 4 points.
Yes.
Reduction of management costs by 2 million.
Yes.
This can be achieved by a mixture of lessening the amount of directors and managers.
Yes.
1 million reduction in wages by removing non-core function positions.
Yes.
An annual comparison of legal expenses over the last 10 years.
Yes.
And then income projected from property leasing presented to councillors in 2018 in February 2022 versus current. This is to include Civic Place, 33 Moore Street, the old library, and 3 Hoxton Road. The budget cannot sustain wage growth over 5%. If we do not address this issue now, we will have the same issue going forward.
Yes.
So that's the email you received. We move up the document.
Yes.
You respond, yes, you've got there, on that date, 3:44, with, "Hi, Mr. Mayor, discuss, Lauren will arrange a time for Farooq and I to meet you and the Deputy Mayor to discuss." And then you have a direction to Farooq to put the figures together
Yes.
and see me to discuss.
Correct.
And then we're just continuing up the top. We have an email from Lauren Myers. Oh, that's the 14th of June. Put that email to one side, sorry.
Yep.
Now,
Take it down.
yeah, oh, just, sorry, if we can go back to the email from Mr. Ajaka at 3:44.
Yes.
Now, in his email, there were the couple of issues that the Mayor raised, one of which was the mixture of lessening the amount of directors and managers. And you've given evidence that as part of your informal discussions with the Mayor, that had been flagged
He'd
before.
raised it many times, but he always specified 2 directors, about 4 managers, 4 or 5 managers. And then he also kept advising the entire legal team. And then he would say some others that we don't want here.
All right. The idea of the legal team, is that linked with point 3, an annual comparison of legal expenses over the past 10 years?
Sorry, operator, can we just scroll down to the...
I'm terribly sorry, yes.
Yes, because he'd said to me on a number of occasions, in his view, it would be cheaper to go out to outside legal firms and have them do all of our legals than to be using in-house. And I disagreed.
All right. But it seems the request here is to do some kind of analysis that may justify that
Yes.
being implemented. Then the income projected from the properties, and there's a reference there to 3 Hoxton Park Road.
Yes.
Did that prompt Mr. Samat to seek the valuation of 3 Hoxton Park Road, or were you already looking at it?
No, I'd already instructed for all properties to be looked at. I didn't quite understand point 4, where he was coming from with that and why those properties were mentioned, especially when you were talking 2018 and 22. I mean, Civic Place had only just been built.
Now, and what's the reference to the old library? Was that a standalone building as well?
Yeah, so again, one of the matters that I asked when I was asking the staff to look at in various innovative ways was that we own some really substantial libraries. 33 Moore Street, where we were, our offices. The old library and old council chambers were in the one building, and we owned that, a very substantial site, which was next door to 33 Moore Street. And that was another one of the properties I wanted to look at to see if there was something we could do to enhance its value. We had entered into a lease in relation to it, but because it was a fairly run-down building, and my view, not a properly utilised space, it was capable of so much more. It was just single-storey space.
Now, the email, your response, in it, you also directed Mr. Portelli to start crunching the numbers.
Yes, so prior to that, as soon as I got the mayors, I did speak to the mayor and say to him, I don't understand why we're doing this. We really need to meet and have a discussion. You know, this is not a budget next steps or a budget adjustment. You know my view that this is a restructure. He disagreed. I said, look, can we just get together and talk about it? And he wanted the deputy mayor in that meeting. And I said, I'll bring Farooq to that meeting. And that's when I asked Lauren, who was acting as my EA at that time. Mine was away. And that's why she said, as discussed, Lauren will arrange. I didn't type my letters. They were typed by my EAs that I dictated.
Now, did the foreshadowed meeting that you discussed with the mayor, does that become the meeting on the 16th of April 2024?
The one where the comment is made, yes.
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 So that meeting followed on from this exchange and your discussion with the mayor, and it was a meeting attended by you, the mayor, Deputy Mayor McDonald,
Yes,
and Mr. Portelli.
correct,
And that was it?
correct.
On the 16th of April, sorry, where was the meeting held?
My office.
Roughly what time of day?
It was meant to be earlier, but from recollection, the mayor was not available and it was subsequently changed to a later time. It may have been around the 4 p.m. mark.
And your understanding of the purpose of the meeting was to discuss the current draft budget and these particular suggestions or recommendations for the budget that the mayor's raised.
My intention in the meeting was to explain to him that there was no point doing this, because if he really wanted me to take the steps as he had continually told me to do, it was a restructure. That was my first priority.
Now, what happened at the meeting? Did it commence with discussions about particular topics?
Can we put the 1, 2, 3, 4 up?
From the mayor's
Email?
Yes, that's towards the bottom of that document.
Yeah.
So this is still
Yes.
001.001.0310, page 4.
Yes. So mayor arrived, deputy mayor arrived, Farooq was there in the room. The usual pleasantries were exchanged. And then I indicated to the mayor, look, this is clearly a restructure. I've told you before, we can't do this. There'd be real probity issues, governance issues. It takes 6 months. The budget is ready to go to exhibition in about a month's time. I don't understand why we're doing this and what benefit. He said, I disagree with you. I said, all right, let's go through this as an agenda item. Let's take item number 1. Who's the first director that you want to go? He told me the name of the director.
So he'd identified a particular director?
Michelle, who was the director of customer service. And he had previously on numerous occasions told me he wanted her gone. He wasn't happy with her. She wasn't listening to him. He didn't like her. That sort of ridiculous comments. And I'd say, no, she's doing a great job. But when he told me she was the first one, I said, look, that's insane. You can't do that. We just hired her. She's doing a fantastic job. She came from the state government. I think she was working for IPART at the time, or one of those government departments. She's doing a really decent job. On what basis would you terminate her? He said, well, how do you know she's doing a good job? I said, of course I know. He goes, give me one example. I said, she orchestrated the entire move almost single-handedly from the old office to the new office of all the departments. And it was flawless. There was absolutely no issue, both in the library and in relation to the office. And he then said to me, well, show me her KPIs to prove it. And I said, you know, Ned, you know she doesn't have any KPIs. You know I'm still waiting for my KPIs. You haven't supplied me my KPIs like you're required to. And then he turned around and said, oh, that's Stephen Blackadder's fault. I said, well, not really. You're supposed to supply me it's your responsibility to give me my KPIs of council. We kind of then stopped there. I then said, look, who's the second director? Because at that stage I had no idea who he was thinking of. And he said Shane Mallard.
And he was the director of City Futures.
He was the director of City Futures. My response, you're mad. There's no way it should be Shane Mallard. Again, doing an extraordinary job, really good at his job. You know, the Office of Local Government have been examining us in relation to his appointment. You know we had to deal with that. Our entire argument with Shane Mallard is he's absolutely brilliant, doing a great job. He's amazing. How could I possibly justify terminating him? And why would you do that to Shane Mallard? And I said the same with Michelle. Why would you do that to Michelle?
Now, can I just pause there? In your discussion with the Mayor, you reminded him that there was an Office of Local Government examination of the appointment of Mr. Mallard.
He was one of the number that they had been looking at.
And at that point, had the Office of Local Government informed you of the result of the investigation, or was your understanding that it was ongoing?
My belief at the time was that the investigations were over. After we supplied all the information, we'd not heard back.
Okay.
So when I said to him, you know, I don't understand how you would even do that to Shane, he said, that's okay, you just give him $200,000 and he'll go. And I looked at him and I said, you can't be serious. How would you possibly explain to the Office of Local Government handing him $200,000? I mean, the story that would come out would be outrageous. It's improper. And his answer was, look, don't worry about it. If you give it to him now, it won't appear in the current budget papers because the period was almost over.
It would be booked to the current financial
It won't be
year.
booked, and it won't appear in the new budget appearing because the payment had already been made. So it wouldn't really appear. And I just looked at him and said, there's no way we're going to do that. That's just, again, that's just crazy. Of course people would find out. And he said, oh no, just do it in this method. No one will know. And that's when I sort of, I guess out of frustration, I picked up my phone, pointed to my phone and said, for the love of God, shut the fuck up. Enough.
Up until that point, and when you uttered those words,
Yes.
was the meeting relatively cordial or were voices being raised?
Oh no, up until that point, it was cordial. Even when I made the comment, voices weren't raised. And then the meeting continued for another 15, 20 minutes and there was no animosity, no raised voices, nothing.
So you made that comment, which included shut the fuck up. What was the Mayor's immediate reaction to that?
Look, in a calm way, I said, what did you say? I said, don't make me repeat it, you heard me. And that was it.
Did you observe him to be physically shaken or upset?
No, nothing. I mean, he stayed he was still sitting down. Deputy Mayor was still sitting. There was no leaving. I mean, this is a person who, when he's upset, throws papers in the air and storms out. There's no storming out. But then we continued. And then as soon as that was...
Can I just pause there? You have Deputy Mayor McNaught
Yes.
in attendance when you uttered those words.
Yes.
Did she look physically distraught or upset?
No, nothing.
So there was that exchange of what did you say? And you said something like, not going to repeat it or don't get me to repeat it.
Yes, I said, you don't, yeah, something like that.
Excuse me. Did you observe how Mr. Portelli reacted?
No, but as I said, there was no change in the energy in the room at the time. It was a statement that was said and we just continued as if it was normal.
At meetings that you attend with the mayor and a deputy mayor or councillors, is that language usually used?
No, it was, look, it was clearly out of character for me and it was clearly out of frustration, but more than anything else, it was a way of me pointing out to him that what he was saying and pointing to my phone, if it gets picked up, there were going to be some serious issues here.
That was how pay Mr. Mallard 200,000 and we'll put it in this year's.
We'll conceal it. That's what he was implying. We'll just conceal it. No one will find out about it. We just ridiculous.
So after that interchange, the meeting continued.
Yes, for about 15, 20 minutes. We still had to deal with the managers and part one. We then had to we then dealt with the 1 million core functions where another issue arose with one of the people working for him. And then we dealt with the legal and then we never got the forward kind of finished by then. I think all up in almost an hour had transpired and then they left in an orderly fashion, if I can use that.
The managers, at that point, was the mayor identifying managers?
When I said to him, so which managers are you talking about? It was basically, you know, all the managers who aren't doing the right thing, all of the managers who've given me problems, and then he identified one of them as one of the managers from the Section 711. And he identified a couple of managers from the DA, planning department, that he'd had issues with.
Then, and was your view that to terminate their employment would have been a restructure?
But if you look at the letter as a whole, you were talking 1/3, 33% of my executive. When you look at all the managers, you're talking anywhere up to 15, 20% of my executive, not executive, of the managers. Then you look at the entire section of legal, you're talking 100% of that. How is that not a restructure?
The suggestion of $1 million reduction in wages by removing non-core function positions, did he identify which positions he had in mind?
So he said to, when I then opened up, look, looking at number 2, who do you mean by non-core function? He said, oh, you've got a few people that really aren't needed, they should go. And I said, look, Ned, if you're going to talk non-core functions, you know, the first people that are going to have to go are at least 2 of the people that work for you. I mean, Betty Bustani is probably the first person that would need to go because nobody can quite understand what she's doing for you. She was only on a temporary contract. She wasn't on a permanent contract at that time. So her contract was about to expire. He then turned, and his comments to me was, that's really low of you to pick on Betty Bustani.
And your description of her working for the mayor, even though formally in the organisational structure she was under a directorship or a directorate, your view is how she worked, she was really working for the mayor.
There's by that stage, there were quite a number of issues that were arising about how she was working for the mayor. At one stage, I recall, maybe a month before that, a week, where I had to bring her into the office with her director and say, look, I'm getting a lot of complaints about you. You're going around giving orders to the staff that you shouldn't be doing. And at times you're acting as if you're the mayor. You are not the mayor. You're not the CEO. You're not a director. You're a policy advisor to the mayor. and you answer to your director and you answer to me. And, you know, that was that situation.
Now, at this meeting on the 16th, you had received the advice from Mr. Mallard about the valuation that was contained in that email about 3 Hoxton Park Road.
Yes.
Did you raise that at the meeting, that we've identified, for example, we've identified this? Or?
No, we raised at the meeting that the budget was $2.5 million in the black. I remember that. And I remember having previously told Mr. Portelli, when he first told me that after taking into the account those new matters, when he told me it was $2.5 million, I indicated to him that he should immediately let the mayor know, to which he said, yes, I will, because it was regular for him to update the mayor.
And may I confirm the identification of the directors by the mayor? It was Shane Mallard and Michelle, is it McAvini?
McAvini, yeah, I think that's the her. And, you know, at the time, I took it that it wasn't so much the positions as it was the personalities. He had not wanted Michelle there for some time, almost from when she was first employed.
Now, after the meeting, did you have any immediate correspondence, email or discussion with the mayor about what happened at the meeting?
No, after the meeting had occurred, look, I made it clear that I didn't tell anybody. There were 4 people in that room, and I absolutely ensured that I did not tell a single person what happened in that meeting. But I started to receive a lot of phone calls from different staff members, and even from councillors from other councils saying, did you really tell the mayor to shut the fuck up? He was telling the whole world. Even
Well,
at meeting.
sorry, your evidence is you didn't tell anybody.
No.
Of course, you're getting phone calls or inquiries from other people.
Correct.
Your
And-
assumption is one of the other 3 people in attendance at the meeting must have informed others.
Well, it had to be the mayor, because one of the phone calls I received shortly thereafter was from Councillor Mel Goodman, who told me that the mayor had informed him and wanted to know what I was going to do about it. And was I going to apologise? I said, I'd absolutely love to apologise. I shouldn't have said it. I regret saying it, and I'm more than happy to apologise. I'd like to go and see him and apologise in person.
Now, just pause there. Commissioner Goodman,
Councillor Goodman.
Councillor Goodman.
Yes.
He represents the Liberal Party on council, or is the Liberal Party?
Yes, he's one of the Liberal Party team.
Now, you indicated to him when he had contacted you that I shouldn't have made the comment,
Yes.
and that you were willing to go and apologise to the mayor.
Correct.
Did you do that?
I tried. Councillor Goodman and I agreed to a specific time to go and do that. But then the mayor wasn't there. Councillor Goodman would ring me. So we would have had probably 5 or 6 phone conversations over a number of days. And each time I believed it was locked in for me to go in, something would change and the mayor wasn't available. Quite a number of SMSs went between me and Councillor Goodman on the basis of me apologising, me saying, just confirming I'll be there at 1 o'clock, happy. And then towards the end, Councillor Goodman would come back to me and say, okay, the mayor wants you to apologise, but he also wants it in writing, to which I agreed. Then another time, he again repeated, the mayor wants it in writing. And I said, look, I'll even engrave it on a stone and put it on the plaque outside the building if that makes him happy. And again, we arranged a time, nothing happened. And then on a third occasion, he indicated to me, no, the mayor wants you to put in writing, send it to Ray Hadley and have Ray Hadley read it over the radio, which I said, you're playing games, this has now become ridiculous.
The role of Councillor Goodman, is it fair to describe him as acting as either a mediator or some kind of communication conduit between you and the mayor?
I took him as being, a friendly intermediary. I really thought that he was trying to assist me and trying to assist the mayor and arranging a genuine time for us to get together. I was actually very appreciative of what he was doing.
Your office and the mayor's office were on the same level?
Yeah, we're literally 10 metres apart from each other. He's on one side, I'm on the other.
Why didn't you just go and knock on his door and walk in and say, comment I made, sorry?
Because of that immediate first discussion with Councillor Goodman, I took it that the approach was to arrange a time to go in there. And it also, after the second conversation, became clear that all the Liberal councillors should be there so I could do it in front of all of them. I believe he wanted for that. I thought that was the audience. I didn't feel that I needed to just barge into his office without warning.
Excuse me. Then the continuation of discussions or communications with Councillor Goodman where he's acting as this intermediary, over how many days did that occur?
Literally from the day the comment was made, it was happening almost twice a day, every single day, right up until the council meeting that I was suspended with him. The last agreed time for me to go in and apologise with everyone, and I agreed to bring it in writing, was for that day at 12 o'clock.
And sorry, what was that cut-off day that you just mentioned?
The last agreed time with Councillor Goodman was for 12 p.m, the day of the council meeting.
During this period with Councillor Goodman acting as an intermediary, at some point did he communicate with you, not only seeking an apology in different ways the apology would be given, but also a proposal or a suggestion that you go on leave?
Yes.
And when did that arise?
So in one of the conversations, he mentioned that, look, the mayor will accept your apology, he'll accept it in writing, but you also have to agree to go off on 6 weeks leave.
Was it explained to you why it was expected that you would go off on leave?
Previous to all of this happening, one of the staff had approached me to indicate that because of the, I guess, my supposedly not doing what the mayor wanted when we used to discuss these matters, that I should take 6 to 8 weeks leave so that Jason Breton could come in as acting CEO and he'd make the tough decisions that I was refusing to make.
Mr. Breton at that point was Director of Operations,
Correct.
was he? Who was the staff member who conveyed that to you?
I can't recall. I can't recall if it was a staff member or in fact one of the directors. I just can't remember. It may have been one of the directors.
That communication of a suggestion that you take leave before this all blew up.
That was the first time I'd heard about me taking a leave.
But that was never suggested to you directly by the mayor.
No.
It was through, you think, one of the other directors.
I believe so, yes.
And what your understanding is, the mayor is speaking with that director to get the
to communicate to me.
Did that occur often? It seems a rather unusual way.
Oh, no. There were many times where a director would come and say to me, I had a meeting with the mayor and the mayor would like the following things done, and the director was reporting to me.
Well, I can see that where it's a legitimate part of council operations, but a suggestion that you go on leave so that difficult decisions dealing with the budget seems an unusual discussion to be having with somebody who reports to you?
I took it as inappropriate and nonsense.
And you can't remember who the director was?
I don't want to guess.
You've spoken about Councillor Goodman acting in this intermediary
Yes.
way at the during this time. Did Shane Mallard have any role in, again, speaking with you or either speaking with the mayor?
At one stage, Shane Mallard came to see me after a number of discussions and indicated to me that the mayor wanted me to apologise, to which I explained to Shane all the numerous attempts I made to do that. And I also believe he mentioned that the mayor wanted me to also resign.
And that was communicated by Shane Mallard.
Correct.
Before that, was there any communication you received about a wish for you to resign?
I believe it was also mentioned once before, but I can't recall if it was Councillor Goodman in part of the discussions with you. And Councillor Goodman did mention that I'd be, yes, Councillor Goodman mentioned that the mayor wants me to resign. And when I said to him, why would I do that? That's just ridiculous. And, you know, how is that fair? And he did mention that, oh, look, the mayor would organise a golden handshake for you. And I said, that's completely inappropriate. And I indicated to him that he as a councillor shouldn't be putting comments like that to me.
At this time, had the April council meeting occurred? Sorry, that was a vague question, I apologise for that. We've had the meeting on the 16th of April.
Yes,
It seems after that,
there's a council meeting.
yes, and in the interim period, you're having discussions with Councillor Goodman
And SMSs.
and through him trying to organise an apology, etc. That comes to naught. That comes to nothing.
So I understood that we were going to have a meeting on the council day at 12 o'clock. I kept chasing Councillor Goodman to confirm that the meeting was on. He kept indicating he'd come back to me. At one stage indicated that the mayor wasn't there. And then the next thing that occurred is I received an email from the mayor.
Would you bring up OLG.001.001.0311? Yes, please.
That's my response, but
I think it's towards
the bottom.
the bottom of the document.
Just pause and wait for Ms McDonald's question.
Yes, yes, that's the email I received from the mayor. It
Yes.
came in at 11:19 while I was still trying to get confirmation of the 12 o'clock.
So from that, the planned council meeting was the evening or late afternoon of the 24th of
Council
April.
meetings are at 2 p.m.
And this is an email you received from the mayor with Mr Portelli copied in, subject matter workplace safety. And it's, I'd like to advise, I don't feel safe at my place of work being 50 Scott Street. Hence, I've not been in the office this week. Raises with you, this is purely because of the manner in which you spoke to me at the meeting. Abusing and bullying behaviour is unacceptable, duty of care to our employees, and therefore, inform you, because of the environment that you have created, I'm finding it difficult to chair today's meeting with you sitting next to me, then could you please make suitable arrangements to make sure a safe environment is provided to myself and others? And then if we can go down, my preference to have the Deputy Mayor sitting next to me. And then I note that you have made no effort to reach out to me personally to remedy your actions. I must say this lack of remorse or action from your side is more disappointing than you said. Now, where he states that he hadn't attended the office because he doesn't feel safe, did you observe him at the office at any time after the meeting of the 16th of April?
My understanding was that he was in the office on a number of occasions when I was SMSing Goodman, but I did not actually see him. I was advised by my EA.
This assertion of the Mayor being concerned that it's not a safe environment for him, until this was raised in this email, was it ever raised with you?
No, nothing. I mean, as I said, after the comment was made, the energy in the room didn't change and he remained there for another 20 minutes. Nothing was ever said. I mean, I did respond to it, but no, I was stunned when I received it came out of nowhere.
You have a workplace and safety, a director or a manager in charge of workplace and safety?
It's done through through what's referred to as human resources that manage that.
Did they contact you to
No.
state that any complaint or any concern?
No
had been
complaints
raised with
whatsoever.
you?
And the other thing is, the mayor is not my employee. He's the mayor.
You're employed by the council.
As a whole, I'm their employee.
Mhm.
But mayor's not my employee. None of the councils are my employee.
And the usual practice at the council meetings at that point, we've watched a video of a recent council meeting from February of this year, and there is a table with the mayor and the current CEO sitting
Correct.
next to him.
Correct.
That was the same procedure in the
Yes.
old chambers?
Yes.
Now, still on these emails, you respond,
Yes, I did, fairly recently.
and if we can just pause there, that is your response?
Yes, it'll have the time on top.
Roll up a little bit.
Ah,
There we go.
Yes,
at about 11:42.
yes. And it was, from memory, it was typed by the person substituting as my EA, Lauren. I dictated it to her and she typed it.
All right, and in that, your initial comments, you're stunned to receive the email. Then in the second paragraph, you refer to, or you assert that the mayor had been bullying you for months and trying to compel you to take actions, which you repeatedly said, I'm unable to or not appropriate to do.
Yes,
Are you referring there to the
terminating certain employees.
right?
Anything else?
No, it was mainly terminating certain employees, and there was at one stage, and he knows that when he kept talking to me, and I said to him, look, you're talking 15, 16, 20 possible employees, you're talking 20 families. I'm just not going to do that. But he would continually go on about it.
You then go on and assert that he's been aware that you've been attempting to meet with him on a couple of occasions
Yes,
to apologise, and
Yes.
you're referring to the evidence that you've given about Councillor Goodman
Yeah.
trying to facilitate that.
yes,
And then you say in the paragraph, your assertion, "I've shown no remorse," is inaccurate. I've indicated I was happy to apologise, and you have sent a message to me that the apology must be conditional on either 8 weeks leave immediately, I resign immediately, or I agree to terminate 2 directors, 10 managers, etc.
These were said at different times by Councillor Goodman. There was always something extra that would come in.
And then if we just continue through this email, you then say you're the CEO of the council, you'll be attending the meeting and sitting at your required spot.
Yes.
And then he said it's a matter for you if you wish the deputy mayor to take the chair's seat in your place, and that's occurred in the past. And then right at the bottom you say, I'm well aware that you have advised a number of people that you intend to have a motion to have my appointment terminated, and this is of course a matter for council.
Yes.
How did you become aware of an intention to move a motion for your employment's termination?
So Councillor Goodman had mentioned to me that, look, if I don't do what the mayor wants, he's going to move the motion. I believe Shane Mallard brought it to my attention as well. And even Jason Breton mentioned to me, you understand that he's going to get rid of you now. You're not the first CEO that he's got to move. And I kept saying, well, he can't do that.
And the point in which you're responding in this email, which was at 11:42 a.m. on the day of the council meeting, at that point, to your knowledge, had any foreshadowed resolution or motion being put forward to the council?
At that point, I did not, even when I went into the council meeting, I did not believe that he would move a motion to expel me, remove me. I just didn't believe he would do that.
And we'll return to this tomorrow morning, but when you attended the council meeting, was there an attempt to terminate your employment, but via the mechanism or procedure of a mayoral minute?
Yes. Prior to that, the meeting started. He sat next to me. I sat next to him. We went through the normal formalities. We went through the prayer. We went through all of that. And then a couple of matters were dealt with, conflicts of interest. Then one of the councillors moved a motion congratulating the staff and congratulating the CEO on a, in effect, job well done. And he and all the Liberal councillors unanimously voted for that motion. So I took it was all over. I mean, why would you pass a motion congratulating me? And then it wasn't until a bit after that that suddenly he moved that it had to go into confidential session.
And at that point, you left the chamber?
I was directed to leave the chamber. All of us were directed to leave the chamber, including those sitting in the public gallery.
And when you were, so you assumed your usual seat?
Yes.
And the mayor assumed his usual seat?
Yes.
And you dealt with each other professionally during that part of the...
Yes.
Is that an appropriate time?
Yes, just before you finish for the day, whilst this document's on the screen, Mr. Ajaka, in case I forget to turn to it tomorrow, you'll see on the screen the 4th paragraph, your behaviour over the last few months. Do you see that paragraph?
Yes.
What behaviour were you referring to?
That has been not only unprofessional,
That's
but
the one.
also unacceptable.
Yes. Do you see that, Mr.
Yes.
What behaviour were you referring to?
So again, the way he kept at me about making changes to the structure.
All right, anything else?
And the way he went on about the budget when he would speak to me, including even throwing the papers up in the air in front of everyone. It was that behaviour. They clearly at this time, as I said previously, there seemed to be a change in attitude in him. He seemed to be getting very angry all the time. He seemed to be getting very stressed all the time. He always had a shot at me or at any of the staff. It was that behaviour.
All right, Mr. Ajaka, we're going to resume the evidence tomorrow morning. If you wouldn't mind being back here ready to go just before 10 a.m, I'd be most grateful.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Is there anything I need to deal with this afternoon? No?
No, Commissioner.
All right, I'll adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow.